Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India. And today is 4th June 2020, and we are doing a Podcasters Thursday today on IBM TV, and we have an amazing podcast lined up from across the world, and so let's see how the podcast will share their podcast stories and what do they do and how they are surviving during the COVID and pandemic situation. Uh, I would like to welcome Jim Need on our show. Hi, Jim. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I am wonderful.
Namaste.
It's good. Namaste, and it's good evening to you.
Good evening. Thank you.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, and I really been interested in this podcast. I listened to the how-tos because I was not familiar with how do you actually do the broadcasting? Because the podcast
Okay.
idea has always been attractive to me, but I was not familiar with how to go about doing it.
Yeah. But Jim, I'll tell you, podcast is, it started with audio podcasting and they are doing it from since ages now.
Yes.
I think I would like to welcome Sasha as well. Hi, Sasha. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Sasha.
How are you
And I think
doing?
Sasha is having some podcast stories because podcast is going on since a while. It's just that the technologies keep on changing and the way broadcasting changes. And
Right.
it started with audio podcasting and now it's all about audio, visual, and all those things.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you just have to have the right app, it seems to me now.
What about the right type? It's the app is mainly useful for broadcasting. You can record your podcast on your mobile phone as well, and you can broadcast it.
Okay.
So it's as easy as doing a voice note on your Messenger or WhatsApp and sending it to your friends and family.
Yes, but who do you send it to so that other people can?
So for that you need to have your own channel. So you can have a channel on IBM TV, you can have a channel on Apple Podcast or Shopify and things like that. And people, those companies, they do some reviews and they do some due diligence before they you can have that verified channel, and that's
Right.
how you get followers.
I
Same as
see.
YouTube. Same as YouTube. And now, if
Right.
you're aware about YouTube Music, is something which is coming up, and that is also not a new technology or a new platform. But YouTube has started a music stream where there are no videos. It's more about songs and music and audio. That's how YouTube is working right now. So there are a lot of technologies, and it's keep on changing over and over again.
Right.
And
That's
I'm confident that Sasha must be having some podcast stories because it's going on since a while. And Sasha is a good, learner, and also, he follows a lot of things. Sasha, what do you think about podcasting?
Oh, I think it's part of our everyday life. You can ignore it or you can do anything what you want about it, but it's there and a lot of people follow it, and it's a fact of life. And if you want to be part of a life and part of sort of advancing community, I think you should explore it for your own good, whether you listen to quality podcasts or you create your own and proliferate it. So I think it's a very viable alternative to what what is alternative. Actually, it's even hard to qualify what would be alternative to write long letters or um, to do some other obscure things. No, podcast is definitely part of our life, and I like social media with all those plus and minuses. They're just there, you can't ignore it. That's it.
I wanted to say that broadcasting podcast has always appealed to me because I have the face that's made for radio and
Yeah.
and not television. And so it seems like instead of broadcasting my videos of my face, that my voice would be broadcast, and that was part of the appeal it's always had for me.
Well, your broadcast is coming really soon. You know when? On June 13th, when we will have a contest, and Alexander Shirov will play Mikhail Marin in a contest of two games. So we
And so
figured out that you will broadcast and make commentaries for the game, but not the commentaries where you say that white is better, white has two bishops, or white has extra pawn or so. Not that. You have to try to help people to predict the next move.
I
That's
see.
what's important. It's not important whose position is better and who has advantage and what opening was played or so on. No, it helped people to predict the next move. That's the key of the
Right.
stone.
That's
And
fascinating.
yeah, you never
And I
tried
think
it. Huh?
do you start predicting at the opening right off the
Right
bat?
from the first move.
I see.
The first move already. You see, there is a delay. It's 15 seconds forced delay. What that means? It means that people, even if they want to play e4 instantly on the first move, the system will not allow them to do that until full 15 seconds delay will be done. So that gives people chance to look at the position, listen to commentaries, see the stockfish top three suggestions. Then once they
Stockfish is
choose
an
their
engine.
move, yeah, once the move has been selected, now you have to make a decision to put 5 crowns, 25 crowns, or 100 crowns for that particular move. So people need to make a lot of decisions. They have to go through a lot of information.
It's a
This
brand new way of approaching chess. I'm really excited about it. I'd love to be part of it.
But there is no other chess. Look, the chess is being killed as we speak. You know that the live games, there is no such thing because of the coronavirus, and nobody knows when it's coming back. In fact, what Gena Sasonka wrote in his essay, which was published in Russian on chessnews.ru, he goes as far as to say that because of coronavirus, several chess tournaments, if not all of them, were cancelled. I'm talking about live tournaments.
Yes.
If that's the case, when all the scare and coronavirus and travel will start coming back to normal or so on, it will be a huge lag between then and when the chess organizers and sponsors or so on will start to go back to normal tournaments and make the prizes available and for and lodging and all other expenses being paid. And he believes that they will not be in a hurry to do that. Who knows? Maybe it will take a year, 3 years, 5 years, or forever. Forever. Why? Because if there will be more and more online tournaments, and they will be accepted,
Yeah.
there is no need um, to over-the-board tournaments. And don't forget that as organizers, you must know that the economy of chess hardly allows live over-the-board tournaments. Because if you will compare in percentages, what is the prize fund and what are the expenses to cover the travel costs, the lodging, the
They
rent of a
become
playing
very
hall.
prohibitive.
So you see, um, if that expenses are far exceed, if they far exceed the prices, something is wrong there. And most of the tournaments they do exceed
Yes.
the prices. So obviously, if you would put all this money into prizes and cut all the expenses, traveling, lodging, etc., then the prices would be much higher. But it's only in theory, because because how you will get to the tournament, even if you will travel by bus, it will cost you money, and you have to uh, um, probably eat a grilled cheese sandwich along the way, not to get hungry, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and you have to stay in the hotel, and even if you stay in the hall paying $5 per night, it's still money again.
Yeah.
So,
And it'll be noisy. You won't be able to sleep. And
Yes.
but it comes even more interesting. So he's saying, okay, so the live chess, either it's already dead, because I think we had the talk before when you have a world championship, that's the highest live events that you can think of. And you have two super grandmasters, Carlsen and Caruana. They're playing 12 games and there are 12 draws. So the all expenses, considering prices and other expenses, we're talking about probably $1.5 to $2 million. So you're paying $1.5 million to watch 12 draws in 12 games.
It's
It's
a
coming
snooze.
to, what is it, $120 US per draw. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I would, if I were to pay this money, I would ask, 120,000 per draw. Can we do it for 15,000?
Yeah.
And no, and not in cash. I'll give you coupons, which would allow you to buy some clothing at the discount stores. How about that?
Yes.
Because that's all I'm prepared to pay for 12 draws. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm just not there. I'm
Well-
just not there. Somebody has to sell it to me. Please, Sasha, give us $1.5 million. We are going to make 12 beautiful draws. How about that? And I say, you know what? I'll give you 15,000 for all that stuff in coupons. And now go and play. Be my guest.
Yes.
Okay.
Sasha, you're talking about what many of us concentrate on the downsides of this virus and how it's impacting our lives in a negative way. But you're looking at the opportunity it might provide. You're looking at the upside. It may drive us from these expensive over-the-board confrontations to an inexpensive online
No,
chess game.
you're not. You started right, but your ending was not
Okay.
good.
Yes, my opening is good. My ending is
your
not.
observations that something has to be online are correct, 100%. But what is it online? Now, the normal game, what the people are playing on chess.com and chess24 and all other billion sites, there is one huge enemy, unbeatable now and foreseeable future.
Cheating.
Cheating, and one more time cheating. And
Yeah.
everyone who's saying that they're working on it and they found some cheaters here and there and so on, garbage, 100%. Nobody can solve it. And why do I know that? Because I had a talk a year, probably a little bit longer ago, with Michael Khodorkovsky. You know who he is.
Yes,
He's the right hand of Garry Kasparov,
yes.
who, by the way, if you don't know, he's endorsed our site, Garry
Yes.
Kasparov.
Yes, I
Okay.
do know.
So
You think you better endorsement.
yeah. So Khodorkovsky told me that there is no way, absolutely, to fight cheating online chess. It's impossible. It's engraved in stone. It's there. So you can pray that people will not use it. Yeah, it's the same thing like because, okay, you're a good person. Please don't cheat. It's not good. It's same thing as praying to the wolf who wants to just
Yeah.
get the sheep and saying, yeah, she's a little
It's human
sheep.
nature.
She's
We can't
nice.
cure human nature.
She's friendly. Don't eat her. No, it doesn't work that way.
Yes.
Absolutely. Furthermore, Genesis Unka went as far as to suggest, okay, he can agree that there is probably no cheating in the top super grandmasters tournaments, like Carlsen is doing this stuff.
Right.
And then he says, although we'll see. What he means by that? Okay, is there are no live tournaments. There is only online tournaments where you can win some meaningful prizes. I know that they're not that great. Okay, look at this guy, Dubov from Russia. Okay, he just won a first prize in his online tournament where Carlsen was playing and he beat Caruana at the end of the day. What did he make? $45,000. Well, you know what? I can do that in 2 weeks on the stock market. This is not serious money to begin with. Number two, think about that. Let's say there are 12 people playing in this elite Super Grandmaster tournament, okay? And there are no any other tournaments, there is no live tournaments, nothing. So that's all what they can make, whatever money is their paid. Okay, let's see. Out of 12 participants, 10 are assured of being invited to the next super tournament online. Now, the other two, they will not get invitations. There will be some other chess players who will take their place. Okay, imagine the last round, and the Grandmaster who is in 11th place playing someone who is in 10th place. And if he will beat him, he assuring himself a place in the next tournament. The minimum price there would be, say, $10,000, probably even higher. Now, if he is 11th instead of 10th, he got zero, nothing, no invitation to next tournament. Not only next tournament, it's even unclear whenever he will be invited to the next online tournament, and there are no live tournaments. You know what? I'll go as far to say that he would be stupid not to cheat in these circumstances. If he is a family man and he has a wife and he has children, they have to eat, and that's the only source. That's all he knows in his life is play chess. He doesn't know anything else. So what you're telling me, no, you know what? It's not nice. It's dishonest. Oh, so now honest would be to starve his family to death, but not to cheat and do the right thing. You know what?
Tasha, you remember
No comment here.
you remember a conversation with that bot guy who does the artificial intelligence bot?
Mm-hmm.
So I had a word with him, and we are discussing that how can we make a chess bot, and whatever information you have, whatever information Jim have, and whatever information Nick and all our people have, we can put that into a bot, and you can ask questions, and that bot will have all the answers.
Yeah.
It's
That's
just
right.
that we need to spend some time and create that bot, and once that bot starts functioning, it's very easy for everyone to understand what's going on. Apart from the chessboard, what else is there in the chess in the life of the chess players?
Yeah, and we will live in much better world because of that. I do believe it. Yes.
Certainly.
However,
The
And I would like
podcast,
to welcome to Rakesh ji as well. Good evening, Rakesh ji. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. But Hong Kong's got a reinfection of a COVID-19 somewhere.
oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so we're a little worried about that, but
How it started? How it started again?
I have no idea. I have absolutely, for so many days we've not had a case,
Yeah.
and suddenly this morning's newspaper said that in a certain suburb of Hong Kong, they were planning to evacuate the building because there was this lady who was a super spreader. I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
quite sure what is the meaning
a
of that. I
typhoid
think-
Mary.
Yeah. So we're sort of slightly disturbed about that, but otherwise,
Wow.
otherwise things seem to be okay.
Well, in the United States, we had a phrase called typhoid Mary, which meant she was the original cause of the typhoid plague. And, but the idea that Hong Kong, which was held up as a model for us for how it was handling and coping with the virus, that it can reemerge in Hong Kong is a lesson to the world, because every time we think we have this contained, it pops up again.
And
so
it's on the suburb is on the Eastern Railway line.
Okay.
It has been traditionally a slightly dangerous line because a lot of traffic from the mainland. So it could have been just somebody who just darted in and darted out and left an infection behind, which unfortunately this poor lady picked up. And it's a bit sad. We're not perturbed because we're used to this kind of thing, but it's a bit it just shows how pernicious this
Yes.
this virus is. It's absolutely pernicious. It is. Nobody's got this beat. Even in New Zealand, there were some nurses who flew back from France, and they too got infected, got some infections into New Zealand. So, of course, right now there's only one. I think they've recovered. So there's only one case in the hospital, and that too not in the ICU. So seems all right in New Zealand, but Hong Kong's had, I wouldn't say a large-scale resurgence, but certainly a very specific resurgence.
Rakesh, do you know the expression whack-a-mole? We use it in the United States. And
Right.
every time we whack it, it pops up again someplace
Somewhere
else.
else.
Yes.
Yes. So this
But
looks a lot
surprisingly,
like
I mean,
that.
Hello,
after
Nick.
taking a lot of precautions.
Namaste.
Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Yeah. No, it's just as well that this whole city is still in wearing masks. Nobody is without a mask. So we don't expect a major situation. And see how it's a very tall building, and they're already evacuating most of the residents, or at least So the government takes pretty comprehensive steps. The otherwise lovely weather today. I was very happy. A lot of sunshine, and I like sunshine.
Yeah. How about Toronto, Sasha? How's the weather there?
The weather is fantastic. It's almost plus 30 today, and it's one peculiar thing about Toronto is that sometimes it's kind of cold, and it's cold even in May.
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden it comes to 30 plus and even over that. And I don't like it either. So I'm unhappy Canadian about weather.
He's always happy.
Yeah.
Always.
All Canadians are, it seems.
All Canadians, so he felt he's a happy person from Moscow, so he moved to Canada where they're all happy. In Moscow, they're all serious.
Except one Canadian who took 20 seconds to respond to a difficult question.
Yeah, every now and then you get them. Sorry, I'm a little late today. My dear wife had to go to the doctor with a fever.
Oh dear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not good
Sorry to
because
hear
the thing
that,
is, and she's getting tested obviously for the coronavirus. And we're like, oh great, now what do you do? And but I don't know yet. We'll know later on today. But I'm going like, they don't come with instruction manuals. In other words, I can't pull out the manual. Okay, if your spouse has coronavirus, here's what you're going to do. They give you like nothing, and but we'll see. We go to Duke. We're literally, since we moved up to Raleigh, we're literally 3 minutes from the hospital, like no kidding. Where I was living in the boonies in a country club, I'm in a different country club, urban country club. It was like 20 minutes, 25 minutes at least. I mean, it was cool. I mean, it's a little nice to live out there, but to go anywhere is just a real pain in the neck, just the way it is.
And you're going to get first class treatment at Duke. So,
yeah, Duke's good. Yeah. So the thing is, part of the other reason of moving up here. So Ankit, do we have any podcasters today? I know the startup showed up yesterday, which was unusual. How are our podcasters doing?
The podcasters will join us in some time. A couple of them have rescheduled and canceled the show because of their own reasons. But we are expecting, I think Ben will join us right at 11. So maybe in half an hour he'll join us. And then we have a couple of podcasters after that.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So we do have a couple of them. No, it's been interesting because the startups actually showed up yesterday, and there's been a history.
But Nick, after a marathon call and after a lot of discussion, then only they come up on the board on Saturday.
Oh yeah. No, I know that.
It's difficult.
Yeah, but see, talking to the startups yesterday, a lot of them had existing businesses. They were successful, and then they're doing a new business. Okay. The ones that are saying, hey, I've been working for a company, I've been an employee all my life, now I'm going to go into my own business. They're like, woo. Their odds of success are really, frankly, pretty poor. And yes, Jim.
Well, that was me. I was just raising my hand as you just
Oh,
described me.
you were working for a company and then you
I was
decided
working
to
for
start.
Charles Schwab, and it was a very high pressure, highly compensated job. And
Right.
I thought, I've got a great idea for a business.
Right. Yeah.
And I funded it by myself, and
Right.
I did not get any investors.
Yeah.
And
And then what happened to your business?
it did not continue to exist at a certain point.
It continued not to exist at a certain point. I mean, by the way, that's the typical story. And so what I try to do is bring a dose of reality that
Yeah.
your typical failure rate is high in the high 90%. In other words, like if you're and that's if you're funded by outside parties. So if you're a Las Vegas gambler and you're going, well, I'm going to go put it on 31 and I'm gonna bet all my money on it. And you're never gonna, you have a chance of winning, but your odds are stacked hugely against you. Now, if you had a successful business before and it's a spinoff,
Right.
and we saw somebody yesterday who was doing these pod homes,
Right.
his
Yeah.
probability for success is actually extremely high because he's
Right.
spinning off a business that he's already has familiarity with and already has been successful with and has the contacts, the support, the sales. I mean, there's so many things that you have to do to have a successful business. It's you have to wear so many hats, and the odds are just stacked tremendously against you. The other gentleman we had, I didn't think had is because he was in a high capital intensive business.
Yeah.
Forget it. I mean, the thing is, he's going to crash and burn. The only question is when and where. I mean, it's just the reality of the situation. Where Ankit, we had the other guy on who invested in service-oriented businesses. They have a probability of success. Why? Because they don't carry inventory. They can keep their overhead low. So if somebody says, hey, I'm going to open up a tax return preparation service, you got a high probability of success. If I'm going to build software that does tax preparation, I think you have a high probability of failure. I mean, you're not going to be able to compete against the TurboTaxes and the people that have dominated the market. But it's it's an interesting show. But we also find with startups, some don't show up. But I've also found out on media, you get these people that want to ask questions, they want to get engaged, they want to give me a dissertation. Yeah, you guys don't see that yet, but Jim, you'll see it when you start your own show. Okay. Okay. So the thing is, Sasha sees it. In other words, like it's not like, hey, come on, be on the show. It's like, I got some questions. How many people see it? What am I supposed to do? Blah 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 blah. You go into all these. You have to spend a lot of time with them. And as an attorney, I go, time is money. So you're going to burn my pocketbook, spending time with you on this. So, I don't have time for that. So, it's just the nature of the beast. And
Nick,
it is.
Nick, you mentioned number 31. And I must tell you a story right now before I forget.
31. Okay, Sasha.
There is one in Toronto. One very wealthy guys who came from Russia with lots of money, and but he, the problem is he didn't know really what to do here because he didn't know English, he didn't know really what he wants to do and whether he needs to do anything. So, but he wants to make money like all of us. Mm-hmm. So he developed a system where he would go to Las Vegas on a high rollers table, roulette.
Right.
And he developed a system where he put $1,000 on each number and zeros and so on, except one. So he will make every turn, he will make $1,000. So if he will do it, say 100 times, he will win $100,000. And that's okay. $100,000 for him was very satisfactory number for few hours of work.
Right.
So the first turn, he puts everything except 31. And what do you think? Okay, 31. So the guy
31. Okay. So you're in a great story. Okay. I was in the Bahamas. This is the last time I gambled. This is a true story, right? And they said, here's what we're going to do. If you give us $10, we're going to give you $20 worth of chips. And I go, wait a minute. That's got to be a winning equity deal because 10, I got 20 worth of chips. So I said, what I'm going to do? I'm going to put it all on red because if I double my money, because I had chips, I had to convert it to cash. So I'm going to put it all on red, double my money or lose it all. I really don't care, right? So I put it all on red thinking, well, I got a 50-50 chance. It came out 00, which is the house's edge. For anybody who does, the roulette. In other words, like you have red, black. The house's edge on red and black is 0 and 00. And I was going,
wait a moment. If it's 0 and 00, don't you get half of your money back by putting?
It landed on 0 or 00. It landed on 00, and I lost all my money. It had to land on red or black. Okay, in other words, I doubled down on red and black. Hey, look, I'm going to cash out, right? It lands on 00. I got wiped out. I was going like, gambling is not my thing. I just can't do that. I was going like, the lords of gambling are going to punish me at any point in time. But that is
Nick,
the house edge.
Nick, here's how I would have done it. You gave them $10, and they gave you $20 in chips.
Sure.
I would have gone to another cashier and colored out.
Oh yeah, just cashed out. I'm not going to let you do that. Yeah. No, the thing is, you can also play the Martindale system. I mean, some of the people I used to hang with are literally professional gamblers in Las Vegas, and one guy is like a world backgammon champion, and he's an expert chess player. Typical, right? And he goes through everything, and he just shows me what all the edges are in the house and how you're supposed to play this and that. He goes, but generally, here's what you do. You don't play anything in Las Vegas. You go to private groups and play poker because the thing is the house's edge. So, and he knows what he's doing, and he's calculated his hourly return is $170 an hour. So if he's not making $170 an hour playing, he's out of the game. And this is usually poker, because what happens is he goes, I know all the good players in Las Vegas. They sit down, I pick up my chips, I leave. It's like chess. If you know all the good chess players and the grandmasters sit down, you pick up your pieces and you leave. But then the 1,200 players show up or the 1,600 players show up and you go, hey, we're game on, baby. You know what I mean? It's beat time for me. And he goes, the difference in chess is that the top player will dominate the other player, and the other player has really no chance.
Unless it's online.
But in Las Vegas, they believe Lady Luck's going to come out. Okay, and take care of him. He goes, listen, Lady Luck and backgammon, no. High stakes poker, no. Okay, he goes, in the long run, I'm taking them every time. And they may be good in Des Moines, Iowa, because this is what I do for a living every day. So the guy in Des Moines comes in, hey, I'm a good poker player in Des Moines, and Drew excuse me, I shouldn't use his name. He cleans the guy's clock. I mean, literally, it's just the way it is. But if a good player shows up, he goes, I know all the good players. I'm not going to play against them.
But the Nightingale system still can be used successfully, which I did many years ago in Las Vegas, when you have casinos on a strip, okay? And they have tables, for example, where minimum bet is $2 and maximum $3,000. So you have a huge spread between minimum and maximum table.
Yeah.
That's what.
By the way, does everybody here know what the Martindale system is?
No.
Sasha knows, right? You know what it is, Jeff?
I did not.
Okay. Now follow the math on this. What you do is assume you had infinite money and you're betting in Las Vegas. You're Bill Gates. You bet $1 on red, but you lose. You double up to 2. And you keep doubling all the time until you win. I mean, that's the theory behind it. Then
you're going back to $2,
where you don't do $1 and double it to 2. You do like $1.50 or whatever, and you actually mathematically figure out the odds. But basically, it's saying, "Hey, I'm doubling up my bet system." Because think about it. If you had infinite,
you have to win at some point.
You're going to win at some point, right? If you had infinite money, you bet $1 on red. You lose. You bet $2. You lose. You bet $4. You lose. You bet $8. You lose, you bet 16. Eventually, you're going to win, and then when you win, you cash out and you go back to betting $1. You see what I mean? It's called the Martindale system. But the problem is, and you think, gosh, you bring a boatload of money, you're going to win on this infinite money system, and the fact is, you don't. Okay, eventually the house takes you because you run out of money before the house does. It's kind of a interesting thing, but you can Google it. It's called the Martindale system. Everybody knows it that is in the gambling world. Sasha knows it because he gambles on GE stock, which looks like a good gamble, by the way.
Yeah, but I want to tell you, on a table from 2 to 3,000, I made also one very significant improvement, and I'll tell you, you're the only one person, except other people here, who know what it is. I stay on 12 and higher. I do not take card on 12.
Oh, really?
Because,
Okay. All right. Yeah.
because, okay, first of all, even if you always play, you're staying on 12 and higher, your
Right.
chances to beat Casino are 44%. It's not so bad. Because if
Right.
you play the right game, then your chances are 48 and a half. So instead of 48 and a half, you have only 44.
Right.
But 44 is still a significant percent. Now,
Right.
if you know that on average, every 4 or 5 hands, dealer must go over,
Yes. Right.
bust. So, okay, even if you lose this hand with 12, so you stay on 12, okay, you another time stay on 12, but there will be still, it will be busted. Now, if you consider how many hands you're going to play from 2 to 3,000, you have enough hands to wait until he will go bust.
Yeah. Yeah. There's actually MIT had a MIT blackjack team. Okay. Because it is true that the odds change. They were running the math on it. The odds changed, and all you have to do is count the cards. So basically, you're counting high cards. In other words, you're counting high
You're
cards.
talking the movie 21, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. It was a great movie made on it,
Yeah.
and the thing is, it's a true story, and you do get kicked out of Las Vegas. My friend, who's the professional poker player in
Kevin
Las
Spacey
Vegas,
played the lead.
also has to be very careful because he's banned in certain casinos because he has a card counter. In other words, he knows how to play the game. Any chess player would be able to master it, and frankly, a chess master can master a lot of these crazy games, and they do so. One of the top masters. Yeah, one of the top masters in chess is also, I think it's Harrington. He's like a FIDE master. He's also a top.
He wrote fantastic books on poker.
Oh, he wrote, yeah, exactly. Top poker player.
Yeah.
So what happens is this: the chess players go, I can't make any money at chess; it's too hard. So what they do is they gravitate to poker, and then they clean house because it's a game and it has a lot of game theory that they understand, and so they gravitate toward that. The good ones, like Peter Thiel, and you should Google him if you don't know him, founder of PayPal. You know him, Jim, and he hangs out here in San Francisco. Or Alan Treffler, who also is a triple billionaire now. I don't know if he's still a triple billionaire because his net worth may have gone down to the market, but may have come back up. Who knows? See, the thing is, when you're a billionaire, everybody thinks, oh, I got $1 billion in the bank. That's not true. What you have is $1 billion worth of stock based on a multiple of a valuation that Wall Street does. Okay?
Paperwork.
It's paper. It's seriously it's paper. So even Bill Gates was going like, wait a minute. You know, they say I'm worth $100 billion, but wait a minute, it's on paper. They don't understand it's the value of my Microsoft stock if I liquidated it. And the problem if you're an owner or founder and you start liquidating your stock, what happens? Your stock goes down. You see what I mean? In other words, all of a sudden, whoa. You know, so these billionaires on paper literally go, that doesn't mean they have the cash in the bank, nor the securities they can liquidate. They could be held to a stock they can't. And I've worked with several of them before because they're restricted. They're called 144 stock. All the guys that are out there that have this, they're listening, know about 144 stock. Matter of fact, in San Francisco, I was working with a guy who was a founder of Silicon Genesis. The day his 144 stock became open. Now, what does that mean? 144, what happens is they have stock in a publicly traded company, but they can't liquidate it until a release period takes place. This way, the owner doesn't go, I got all my money, goodbye. So it's actually what they call a restricted security. So they hold it. This guy had about 20 million at the time. And he goes, I got 20 million on paper, but I can't spend it. Okay. Then it was released. And the first thing he did, of course, was he liquidated about 2 million. I was there when he called his attorney, and he goes, "I got to get out of this because I want to buy a house for like $1.5 million." And you know, Jim, in San Francisco, $1.5 million is a bungalow, you know. Yeah, but he didn't buy it in San Francisco; he bought it outside the area, so he got a decent sized house across the mountain. And there we go. See legend on reverse. Do you have restricted securities? Sasha knows all this. He's been involved in a publicly traded company. I went and looked at your CV, Sasha. Yeah. Of course. I'm not a guy in the diner, baby. You know, you're talking to the master. At least I was.
Nick, Wait until we'll start working on a world championship for moves predictors.
No, I wanted to
what
buy
we are
your
doing.
I wanted to buy your company because it's a great shell, but I just wanted to change the name, because I'll tell you what, keeping up a public company and all the filings and stuff,
Really?
yeah, it's a real pain. But Sasha's run a public company before. I'm going like, got me
Quite a
out of your
few.
mind to do that. What?
But you know what? At the end of the day, you're in huge plus anyway. With all these headaches and filings and all this garbage,
Yeah.
you're still in a huge plus. Because
Really? Okay.
Absolutely. Because there is a sucker born every minute, and there
Yeah.
is always someone who is going to buy your stock. Always.
Yeah, well, see that was my theory. I was going, but see, I run private companies, and I was going like, yeah, Ankit. I know we're moving.
Nick, I have a question for you. So, from 16th of June, there are no flights between US and China, but there are a lot of investment have been done from China and US. So, how you will manage those things?
I don't get to manage it. I'm not in the airline industry, so I don't really bloody care. I mean, when this thing will all be over with next year, okay, and then I'll go to Malaysia. I'll meet with Sharif and hang out and go to the Petronas Towers and go play golf, tennis.
So,
and do
my
what
question is a little different. That a lot of Chinese have huge investment in US, and now suddenly there are no flights.
Yeah, well, eventually they'll get over here and they can look at their investments. I mean, a lot of the stuff you invest in, it's just like Sasha going out and buying GE stock. He has no clue where all the assets are hidden around GE. Okay, it's just a little number on a board, and it was trading real low. And I did watch it; it had a bump up since he bought it, and I was going like, I haven't repositioned because I just moved all my stuff so I can go back and play on TD Ameritrade and go play markets. But see, if you play the stock market as opposed to invest in Las Vegas, aka go to Las Vegas, there's positive equity in it. In other words, at a certain point in time, the stocks move this way, and you actually make money. And if you want to gamble, just go to the options market. I don't know why, if Sasha's so heavy on GE buy options, but options expire. I've done all that stuff, okay? And you hold your tail going, I hope I'm in the money when the option expires.
Nick. I remember many years ago, I had one public company, and I spoke to one broker in Toronto, that he would buy X number of shares, and then he would distribute among his clients or so on.
Right.
I offered him some incentives or so on. So he listened to me and he said, Sasha, I'm in the business of selling stocks, not buying.
Well, the thing is, I was telling Kim, I said, we need to raise money for IBM TV. And I was thinking about doing a private offering on that for about 1.6 million. But the thing is, I'll have to talk to you about it, Sasha. I was going, well, I should buy Sasha's shell company because
with a name like this, IBM TV, I wouldn't go below $10 million.
Really? 10 million? Okay.
Think about it.
Yeah, right. Well, the thing is, would you do a private offering? Would you do a private placement or just do a public company?
Hold on, that's a different story. Remember that your overhead, your expenses, legal fees, filing fees, everything else, same as for $1.5 million and for 10 million.
Right.
What difference? You still go spend
you absolutely have a point. The real problem with the difference between 1.6 million and 10 million is what he just said. You go through the same amount of work to raise 1.6 as you do. There's absolutely no question about it, but no, I do totally understand that. See, my other business, we process the next couple months, we're processing about $8.5 million worth of business. So I get called every now and then. All right, you gotta go talk to those people in Salt Lake, but a lot of the processing, it's pension funding. And in pensions, oddly enough, the way we're structured, we cannot invest in things like IBM TV for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah,
conflict of interest for me, number one. Number two, has to be held by an insurance company. So we're toast. But the thing is, IBM TV on a publicly traded company at 10 million, yeah, we could probably do that, and you're right on that, the same amount of work. And yours truly does not want to kill himself for peanuts. I mean, that doesn't work for me, but I'd rather go play golf and tennis, so
It's the same amount of work if you put in $500,000, which I did.
You put $500,000 into what?
Into my own company.
Oh yeah,
I had all of that work that you're describing. I had to do all of that nonsense, the bureaucratic nonsense, and try to run my business. And it was for $500,000.
Right.
And so if you, like Sasha is saying, go for it. Make it.
No. He's absolutely right. Except I'm extremely parsimonious and cheap when it comes to spending money. In other words, if I had 10 million in, I hate to say it, I would park most of it. I would not sit and spend it. Okay, because I'm very parsimonious, aka cheap. Because one thing I believe in is long-term viability of the company. In other words, you can spend money on all sorts of things. Wow, buy this, buy that, do this, do that, and people want this and people want that. But listen, if you retain capital, you're always in control. When you have a lot of money in the bank, you have a lot of control. And so the thing is, with IBM TV, we can spend a lot of money on things, so to speak, but we're going to probably increase at a decreasing rate. Where it's like a lot of it's going to be blown.
That's the way it works.
It just
it's a law of diminishing returns.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, thank you, Jim. It's law of diminishing returns on capital, and I like my capital to make money, not lose money, because also make your investors all upset when you lose money. And that's part of the reason why in our pension business we invest in guaranteed annuities, fixed guaranteed insurance contracts, because guess what? How many phone calls I get when the market went down? None. Nick doesn't like to get phone calls from angry people who we have responsibility of their $400 million worth of assets. So I get the minute you do something like a public company like IBM TV, where's the return on my money? Where's my, where's my dividends? Where's this? Where's that? And I get all these I don't want these phone calls. I want to play golf and tennis. I don't want that stuff. The best place to raise that, though, is where you're at in Silicon Valley. Yeah. Kim wants to go to Miami, but guess what? Because the people there understand a long-term horizon in terms of making money. In other words, they understand the startups and the ability to cash out. Their understanding of investing is totally different than people in North Carolina that have no money to invest, and people in Miami. And investors generally are looking for returns tomorrow. Google, Netflix, all the big Yahoo, all the big companies out there, Microsoft. Amazon, Amazon, I don't know if you know this, almost went under back in the 2000s when I was
Nick, for the information, Yahoo is not more a big company now. It's almost at the verge of selling everything.
Who is?
And then good. Yahoo.
Oh, Yahoo. Yeah, Yahoo's toast. I mean, the thing is, it's just like CreateSpace. I mean, they're toast.
I don't want to buy Yahoo right now.
Yeah, I was going to have butter and toast with my Yahoo. I mean, come on. They're second place in the market. Okay, okay, how well do you do when you're in second or third place in a chess tournament? Generally,
there's no such thing as third place.
You're way down there. Winner take all, baby, and the rest of you guys eat hot laser dust. So, it's like when Facebook fought. Facebook fought?
WhatsApp.
CreateSpace. What's CreateSpace? Okay, and Facebook just killed him. It was bought by a public company, and it was bought by the Wall Street Journal. I think it was CreateSpace or something like that. And they had no clue what they're doing. Hey, we're the Wall Street Journal, so we're better, bigger, better, and we're going to win. No, they're not. They had their rear handed to them. You don't even hear about them anymore. No one's on them, et cetera. Yeah, and same like me. I'm trying to move over to WeMe to get away from this Facebook, but man, it's hard when you're in second place. You're in IT world. You are just getting totally trapped.
And Nick, I'll tell you one more thing. So when you talk about emails, Hotmail was the premier or the most popular email service when it all started, and now no one is using Hotmail.
Oh, really?
Since that
Hotmail's dead. Okay.
It's
AOL was the same way.
Converted into Outlook, but no one is using Hotmail now. And
Wow.
if you talk about Gmail and the email service of Google, more than 100 million users are there. 100 billion users, sorry, not million, 100 billion users are on Gmail. And
Yeah,
why
right.
100 billion?
Yeah,
People have multiple accounts.
yeah, but
People
also, Ankit, how does Gmail monetize? In other words, emails and Gmail is wonderful, but how do they get paid? As
So
Mr.
it's a
Wonderful
paid
would say. So
service.
Hotmail
So
loses a battle for money.
So I'll tell you. So when you talk about
Advertising.
email, so the gmail.com is free of cost, which gives you 15 GB of data. If you want more data, you need to buy that storage. And if you want a professional account on Google, that is a paid service. It's $6 per user per month. That's how they monetize it.
So there's a monetization.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
they
the
have-
thing is, at the end of the day, you have to have a monetization play. If you don't have a monetization play, you're back to Yahoo toast.
Hey,
yeah.
Nick.
And I'll tell you what happens is that with their emails, they're also selling a lot of applications. So if you use Microsoft, they have a lot of applications which you can buy and which you can use it. And over a period of time, you will tend to buy those licenses. Same goes with Gmail.
Hey, no, okay, I understand. Hey, Jim, get me in contact with this guy, Peter Thiel. He invested $500,000 in Facebook, from what I understand, and told Mark Zuckerberg, "Don't blow it."
Yeah. No, that is a guy that knows how to invest. And but
There we
I
go.
think, Nick, you made me think of an idea here that in Silicon Valley, with all this venture capital money, are they playing a Martindale system? Are they just
Oh,
saying,
yeah, over there? Are you kidding me? Come
because
on!
they have so much money, they can double down.
The valuations you have for those companies over there are absolutely insane.
Yes.
And the thing is, like Netflix, for example, I think one of the major pension funds just bailed on Netflix. Goodbye, boom. Why? Because the valuation is absolutely bloody insane.
Yes.
And the thing is, what you see is the euphoria that exists. And by the way, I bailed out on what was it? I shouldn't have. Apple. Okay, I bailed out on Apple. I had it 100 a share. 100 a share. Actually, I think I bought it at 99. Not just a couple of years ago, believe it or not. It actually tanked. Now I watched it today. This is where you cry. I should have held it. It's like 300 a share. But
I did that with Tesla. I bought low in Tesla. And then it's like, at 800. I said, no way it can be at 800. And it was.
No, dude. Tesla bail, baby. There's more downside than there's upside in that.
I got out at 400, but now it's at 800. I'm thinking, oh man, but getting out at 400 was good for me.
Oh, you did. Good for you. Because the thing is, Tesla is a bail, baby. Come on. Elon Musk, eventually his rocket ship is going to turn around and head back,
to Earth.
And it'll be all over. Tesla will go down the tube, Elon Musk down the tube, everything down the tube. But right now, you guys smoke that silicon smoke over there. And everybody in the world believes it. Oh, it comes from Silicon Valley. It's got to be good. Yeah, baby, let's invest in anything that happens in San Francisco. I left my pocketbook in San Francisco.
But they can afford to lose the money on these startups because if they get a home run, it pays for all the other failures.
Sasha, we need to raise money for IBM TV. We pack our bags. We go to San Francisco when COVID-19 is. We go over there. You open your bag, and they dump a bunch of money into it because they don't know what they're doing over there. They gamble on everything over there. Hey, this will work.
Nick, I tell you one thing. I was on the board of another startup, and we had a great product. It was an educational product. It was terrific, but we did not have the salesman. We did not have the guy that could go in and pitch the story.
By the way, I got Peter Thiel's book. It's like 0 to 1. Great book, by the way, because one of his chapters, I think it was chapter 11, for those who read it, the ones who didn't read it should read it. 0 to 1, great book. He goes, these wireheads, engineers, don't understand marketing. And he goes, here's what they do to marketing. Oh, this guy's in sales. And it happens in my company too. I run an actuarial firm. The actuaries go, oh, these guys are salesmen. I mean, you always get this. I got this intermediate between the actuaries who actually crunch all the numbers and the salesmen who sell the pensions. Okay. And they disdain the salesmen. I go, dude, I know these salesmen don't understand anything, but at the same time, they're the ones who bring the business in the door. Okay. And the top guys bring in business all the time, and the bottom guys seem to never bring business in. Okay.
It's really true.
The beast.
I mean, that's been my experience, Nick, 1,000%. And that's why chess players are not salesmen, typically.
Oh, no, they're horrible. Are you kidding me? But most of the chess players are technicians or engineers. They work backroom works. They're not salespeople and entrepreneurs.
Not at all.
And Peter Thiel are exceptions to the rule.
Sasha is an exception.
actually. Yeah, Sasha.
Nick, do you remember that in early 90s, when a lot of Russian grandmasters started to come into US?
Oh yeah, of
Yes.
course. I was playing at the
Do you
Bermuda.
remember the
So,
company Bankers Trust hired several
yeah,
grandmasters to do proprietary trading and
right. Yeah, Josh
the
Weinstein.
bonds and so on, and
Quants.
all of them did very well.
Currency
Yeah,
trading
right.
too.
They were quants. They were basically trading on quarter points. But again, it's the mentality of the chess
Yeah.
player on poker translates to trading.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
In fact,
easy.
Patrick Wolf got involved in Cassia trading. Ron Henley does, a good friend of mine.
Grandmaster Nick Determian.
Yeah,
Grandmaster
they
Nick
all got
Determian did
involved
it.
because their mindset is for that. They're wired for that trading. But here's the problem: you can ask Ron all of them. Computers beat them out. They can't
Yes.
do it anymore. In other words, all of a sudden, computers took their job, and that's the
It's
problem.
really true. Yeah.
I think
I
we have Rana joining us from Malaysia, and he also do the World Economic Podcast these days. So Rana, good evening. How are you doing? And how the podcast going?
No, basically, I told you, actually, this is not today. Actually, almost 12 years. I told you, I'm from Bangladesh. So we do, I told you, I was in Oxford Union, I was in Cambridge Unions. We have a lot of integration with many Ivy League university, even Harvard, MIT, Stanford. We have a real good integrations. So this kind of conference, academy, many things we do. Even before this pandemic comes, like before this COVID-19, we finished like a conference in Oxford University. So we have a strong community, like academicians from around the world, business organizations, policymakers around the world. We have a strong community. So we build up a better ecosystem and we utilizing social media, but we do lot of offline activities. Let's say we have now 200,000 students. Hopefully by 1 year, in between 1 year, we will reach around 1 million students. Those who under like 20 years old, we target to develop their analytical skills, their research skills, and tech engineering and many more things. So this is the things. It's actually a long history from last 12 years. We do work with around the world. So we just continue our work. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Wonderful.
So definitely we want IBM TV as our partner because we are more intellectual forum. Like we do policy discussions, we do different kind of online discussions and many more things. So definitely if IBM TV come, because you are media, you have more influence. Maybe we do more intellectual discussion, you do more business discussions or many more things. So we can collaborate together and we can make a effective integrations and we can move forward. We can move forward definitely. Yes.
Certainly, we would love to do that. And we have already discussed that we would like to do a special show in Malaysia, so as what's happening between India and Bangladesh, especially in terms of business and borders. And I think
Yes.
we should do that. It's just that we need to finalize a convenient time, because
Yes.
that time is a barrier to start those shows. And if
Yes.
we
Yes.
have a convenient time, I think we can start it whenever you are ready.
Yes, I'm actually ready. Anytime you fix your time and everything, we definitely would love to contribute because how I see the IBM TV, especially your economic discussions, your startup related activities. You have many kind of cultural activities, but I'm not expert on cultural and these things. So I'm sorry about that. But I regularly follow your economic discussion, startup related activities, and many intellectual discussion. And many world famous scholars also come and join in your show. So by this way, we can make a very good bridging in between Asia Pacific and North America.
Yeah.
We do. Even with the Silicon Valley, we have a lot of engagement. Let's say, example, just recent years, like let's say even Silicon Valley, they want autonomous vehicles. So Malaysia from Cyberjaya, we produce it and we exchange our technology with the Silicon Valley. So we have some strong ecosystem. So as much as we can collaborate, we will learn. And we are not a media. Most important thing is that media has a lot more influence. Yes, intellectually we do research, we do a lot of publication. So we do definitely. It's very interesting.
Well, Sharif, we actually have somebody. Remember, it's Home Stoner who wants to collaborate and do a special on Malaysia. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
he's been to Kuala Lumpur all the time, blah, 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 and he knows Malaysia. The guy's been around the block longer than I have and knows the territory over there better than anybody. But I think that having a special on Malaysia, because we can run that all the time, would be really good, because the people in the U.S., boom, when it comes to Malaysia, we really don't know, except Sasha, who's also been everywhere. But the thing is, I do have a story on Bangladesh, true story. Okay. The guy who was the former chess champion of Bangladesh came to my house in Tampa, Florida. His name is Qazi Shakur, Quazi Shakur. And Qazi Shakur, actually, I played him almost every day. He was at our house. I'm going, dude, what are you over here for? Oh, there's all these wars over there, blah, 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 blah. I like to play chess. And he started his business over here. And he basically trained me how to play, because he was the champion of Bangladesh. So I became an expert player when I was like 15 years old or something like that, because the guy who was training me was Qazi Shakur. And so I was going like, dude, was he really the champion of Bangladesh? Because that's kind of hard to do. And so I Googled him, and I found out you have to Google and you have to do this deep search, and you'll find his name was spelled not like I thought. Quazi Shakur was his name. Okay. And you'll find him in Bangladesh. And he beat some other guy who was a doctor who had been the champion of Bangladesh for a long time. So anyway, that's my story on Bangladesh.
Actually, I can remember like Niaz Morshed, Rani Hamid. They are very famous chess champion from Bangladesh. Yeah. I do not have, I'm very honest with you, from my beginning, I am more academics. Right. I have more academic involvement, so I know this field. Let's say debate arena. I involved with Oxford Union, so debating I don't.
Okay. Yeah, the debate arena over here, they used to have what they call the NFL, the National Forensic League, and it existed in some of the private schools I was at. I used to participate in that. Then they switched it when I went to public schools. They didn't have that anymore, and we didn't get debate until I went to law school, and then they had what they call mock trial and moot court, which is not a real debate that you're seeing. What it is, it's a simulated trial, what they call a mock trial, okay, and then moot court, which is really oral arguments before a 3-panel judge, which I've done professionally, both of those, because after a while, when you do a lot of it, you go, I don't mind arguing as long as I get paid. Okay, in other words, you go through this. Okay, you want to argue? Sure. You want to argue on Facebook? Sure. Who's going to pay me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. You just got to believe in something. Okay. You pay me. I believe in something. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you do when you become a lawyer. You go, well, I'll argue your position, but somebody's going to pay me for it. It's kind of a different deal.
Even recent year, I think that if you see in IBM, they arrange a debate in between AI and human. And it's a Harish Natarajan. I think he's from Cambridge. He's my friend as well. Right. And this Harish win against AI in the IBM. I think you can Google it, you can find. So anyway, but it's very interesting, like chess and what you discussed. Chess and this kind of things, it's very popular in that area as well. Many people try to involve, especially I think the Chinese people, they love chess, right? What I can understand from the student community, they love chess and these kind of things.
Great. That's interesting. And I would like to welcome Ben. Good evening, Ben. How are you doing?
I'm good, Ankit. How are you?
All good, all well. How's the little girl doing?
How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
There child labor laws that we're breaking?
She's Jim. She's there. She's still off school over in the UK, and she's become entrepreneurial. So
okay, good for her.
I kid she's quite drunk. She set up her own YouTube channel called Moo Moo and Bo.
Okay.
Yeah, she's doing it, doggy training. She's only 7, haven't you?
Yeah. So I think that's great. Yes, and she will be much more famous than we are.
Hopefully, Jim. That's the idea. Yeah, she's doing well. She's doing well, bless her.
sad that I can't see my teachers and can't go to school.
Yeah, she's sad that she can't go to school, so she's one of the ones that does enjoy school.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame.
Pardon, Ankit?
Oh, Ankit.
I said I'm asking her how is she doing at home during quarantine days, lockdown days.
It's hard. It's hard. I mean, her sister's only 5, and her sister's gone back this week. She's one of the years that can go back, so that's not helped. But the problem we've got is they're just not getting worn out in the day, so they're not sleeping overnight. They're still getting up at the same time of the morning. It's really hard, 6, 7. They're better off at school because they're learning. It's tiring them out, so they get into a pattern. But she's doing well. She's doing her own work, and she's started this YouTube channel with a dog training universe. So she's doing her best, but it's not. I'm not going to sit here and say it's easy. It definitely isn't.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. And when can we start a show with her on IBM TV?
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, yes, Megan, aren't you?
Sorry,
When can we start your show on IBM TV?
You're on IBM TV. I'm starting IBM TV, don't you? Yeah. Don't be shy. So tell them what your YouTube channel's called.
Okay, what's your name? What's your name?
Megan.
Megan, how are you doing?
Good.
Do you know we all are on a live show and we all are from different countries?
Yeah, I can see the corner. It says we're live.
Where are they from? Ask them where they're from.
Where are you from?
I'm from India.
I'm from California.
I'm from Malaysia.
I'm from Canada.
Canada.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you taking
So
these
we're
countries?
all on the same show.
I'm from Shrewsbury.
Telford.
No,
Okay, Shropshire. They won't know Shropshire. Say Shropshire.
Shropshire.
Okay. You
Have you
look
been to
very
these
pretty.
Thank
Yeah.
Yeah, you're very pretty.
I have a haircut today.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Wow. I haven't been able to get mine cut.
You might do yours, didn't she?
Yeah.
But I tell you, Ben, I have a face made for radio, but she's got a face made for YouTube. So
Yes, Jim, she has. I mean, we've got a media business, so we create content, and the amount of times that people use it is incredible. We've just had a good order in from a UK holiday park to say how they're open, their social distancing, and we've offered to take her down for that because she just loves. She's not camera shy. She loves being involved. And when she gets to know people, she knows how to hold a conversation as well. And she gets, but the problem is, a lot of our work is festivals and shows, so a lot of it's the weekend. So what we did early on was we purchased a camera so that she could have kiddie cam.
good.
So they get lots of pictures for themselves, but some shots I do use because they're from a different angle. So yeah, so she's involved in the business. She is, and both the kids are, and she enjoys it, and it keeps the relationship going between the families.
But she's wasted on podcasts.
Yeah.
I think you need a camera on her.
You wasted on podcasts. Needs to be camera. You want to do a podcast, don't you?
Yeah.
Because Daddy's got a podcast. I've got a podcast about business, entrepreneurs' view of business, which is all about positivity and seeing solutions and things. So, but she does like to get involved in anything we do.
Well, Ankit was trying to teach me how to do a broadcast and a podcast. How do you get from the content that you create and to a channel? How did you? That's what he was explaining to me. And
I use Anchor. I use a
Anchor.
platform called Anchor.fm, yeah, and then that distributes it to 7 or 8 platforms. I've just done one for a client of mine, and it struggled to get on Apple. It was on Apple, but it struggled to link it back. So you have to check things like that because it usually goes live, and then you have to link it back. But Anchor is the easiest platform to use. It's free as well. It is related to Spotify. So obviously, you go live on Spotify very early on. But it does the job. At the end of the day, it's the content and how you market it. Doesn't matter what platform it's on, Jim. But I mean, the key is obviously just to talk. Talk and just with passion. The key is talk with passion, and people will listen.
Yes, and how do you market though? That's another question I had.
Well, we do it through we've got a website, a page dedicated on our website to it. We market it through the links of the people we use. We also social media. We also use other podcasters. So we talk to other podcasters. At the moment, we're using an event forum where we're talking through the COVID crisis about events. So we've done. We've just released a music one today. We did sports last week. We did a general one the week before. So we're just taking it week by week, really. And obviously, the more people you get involved, the bigger channels you've got.
We have in the Twitch world, we have rating, where when you're ending your show, you rate another so that you transfer your audience to them. Does that happen on podcasts as well?
It has come across. Yeah, it has come across in the UK. The BBC have been doing it across their own shows. So it is, so obviously the business world is always a little bit behind in doing it as the broadcasters are. So we are starting to promote each other's podcasts and appear on each other's podcasts. But of course, the issue is that you want the right people. Whatever your podcast is, many great podcasters, but some just aren't the right people. So there is that as well. But yeah, I think the UK is very young in podcasting. I think we're very, we are still quite a way out, away from other people, because it's only now that I think it's taking off in this crisis, because we're all too busy.
Right.
Yeah.
We're all too busy normally, so we don't take the time to that. We listen to what's on the.
And Ben, I'll tell you. So I was reading an article on internet, and it says that during the lockdown, 25% is the increase in number of podcasters during these 3 months, because people are at home, they don't have anything to do, and they started podcasting.
Well, they're taking the time as well to Ankit to find out what they like rather than what they've heard about. And that's a massive difference. That's a massive change of thinking. Because normally you say, for example, as you said, Jim, if you say, "Oh, listen to that football podcast," you'll find it, but you won't then go and search for others. So I think that's what's changing. And a lot of broadcasting companies now, because you can also, the vodcast is a new word as well, isn't it? Vodcasting, where they're recording the podcast like on Zoom, and releasing it as a video. So it is. It's definitely it's not new, but it's definitely a growing massively platform at the moment, and it's exciting because you get to talk about in passion. And some, as Jim says, some people have got faces for radio. It is. You say that as a jest, but it is massive, because if you've got the confidence to talk but don't want to be seen, you're saying better anyway.
Yes.
And also.
Go ahead.
And also what's happening is that podcasting, why people have started, because they don't have people to talk, and they wanted to talk to someone unknown without, judging them, or without judging themselves or anything like that. And that's why that podcasting started, because I've talked to a lot of people around the world. They don't have a family, or they live alone, or they have a couple of friends and things like that. And so they wanted to talk to a lot of new people again and again. And that's how they all started. Because podcasting, you can start with one person, and you just have to connect internet and be on the right broadcasting point, and then it just started happening. And people will join you over a period of time if you're consistent.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a way of life now, and I believe that it should be a part of a curriculum for students as well, who would like to have an additional way to learn more skills and to talk to more people, because a lot of kids are not that familiar, and the way your daughter is handling it, it's tremendous. It's
the problem you get, Ankit, is people look at it too deeply. I think they've got to do everything separately. A lot of videos you do, you can just take the sound off as a podcast. They sound good, and people accept that. I think people like most things, overthink things. It's like it's got to be perfect. It hasn't. Yes, you'll always get better. Yes, you'll improve, but it hasn't got to be perfect. As long as you get the information out there, and as long as it's, for example, if you're going for a professional audience, make sure there's no swearing in it. If you're going for a jovial audience, make sure that there's nothing too serious in it. Adapt to the audience you're going for, and do that from the start. Rather than that, just talk, and just you can always cut it and things.
I completely agree. And why people shift to podcast from the regular media channels is that because they are repeating the news, and they are repeating the content again and again, and you need to understand what's going on in the world. So what happened with me, that I wanted to know what's happening in US, and what's happening in UK, and what's happening in Malaysia, into the world of business or technology and things like that. and those particular news and those articles are not available on the mainstream media. That's why I have to route to podcasting. I have to follow a lot of followers and a lot of Facebook pages and YouTube pages and all those things to understand what's happening around. What is the real story? Because I don't want to listen to what's happening with politics among these countries. They talk about G7, they talk about a lot of things, and that is happening from morning till evening, same story again and again with different anchors.
Well, and Ben, I was going to say that you've brought out one of the things that we focus negatively on the consequences of the virus, but you also bringing up a positive aspect of it, a silver lining, if you will, when people who didn't have the time to listen to podcasts now have the time. So this is a perfect opportunity to try new things, to reach people in different ways. And I think that the fact that we're slowing down, we're forced to slow down, may be a good thing, and it may be something that we have to remember to do.
But Jim, I think it worries me what happened before this crisis, because if you think that all of a sudden now we're buying more hand sanitizer and hand cleaner and toilet, what did we do before? Why is that suddenly kicked in now? And of course, and then we're also walking a lot more because a lot of the guidelines are to walk. What did people do before? So what they're doing now is that they're taking this into their life, and walking can be seen by a lot as boring. Okay, but you put a podcast in, and you never know how far you walk. So
it's so true.
It is.
Yeah.
So and that's what's changed. Is because the people that are going to benefit are the people that are going to take this on board and enjoy the whole experience now, being outdoors and not.
And even in the days when I could go to the gym, I would be doing this elliptical where you're using all your body, and talk about boring. But if I had something in my ears that I could listen to, I was fine. I was a million miles away from doing this. So
monotonous is probably a better word than boring.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start
I said correctly.
Jim, maybe we should start a boring podcast. What do you think?
I'd be on it.
Well, we're pretty boring people. Maybe we could do something boring. Hey, we could actually take this what we're doing and just move it through the podcasting world. I'm just not sure how it happened, rather than doing pod TV. But who knows? I mean, the podcasters.
The problem is, Nicholas, is what you find boring, Sharif might not, and this is the problem that we are now getting through, is that we've always pigeonholed, so people think podcast is boring.
Okay. Yeah. But see, Sheriff is a professional, boring person. Okay. He got a PhD. All right. I mean, the thing is, okay, listen to me. Hear me out, counselor. Okay. He got a PhD. Okay. That's professional, boring stuff. Because the thing is, what you have to do, true. Come on, admit it, Chief. Right. You have to spend 5 years plus study all this.
No pick-up lines in the bar.
I'm not picking on. I'm just telling what it is. Okay. And then the thing is, he absorbs all this boring material. Okay. So the thing is, he's a professional, boring person. So then when he sees our show, he goes, "Oh, this is exciting because it's the same old boring stuff I've been used to all my life." Okay. And so the thing is, he's fed more of the boring stuff. Sharif, what did you do your PhD in anyway? What was your
No. Actually, you are correct. Actually,
I know I'm correct.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
Yes, PhD is a permanent head damage.
No, it's piled higher and deeper. Okay.
So
BS is what it is. MS is more the same, and PhD is he's just piled higher and deeper in the garbage.
Even many of the professors and everyone, they know that PhD is a permanent head damage. I believe so. And like example, if I share my 5 years. Of my experience, I'm very honest with you. Yes, culturally, I telling you very, very honest feedback. Culturally, after 5 years, I involved with IBM TV, but I do not get enough time because I have to build up my business. I have to do my PhD, a lot of correction, a lot of research publications. My life is not true. I'm especially professional, boring person. But yes, when I saw that IBM TV, a lot of colorful things, Sometimes they do. Yes, yes. So,
Okay,
so I
listen. If you're going to academia, you don't have a life, so you just forget. Okay, your life is over as you know it. It's publish or perish. So you got to publish things, insane things on issues that no one really cares about except other academics, and then they go through a peer review. Well, have we heard this one before? No, we haven't. And do we really care? No. Then publish it, okay? Because it's exciting. Okay, Ankit, come on, stay away
So,
from this.
Sudeep, I have a question for you. And
Mhm.
at this point of time, if you have to choose between PhD and something else, what would you choose?
Yeah.
No.
PhD or a real life, what would you choose? I mean, something else.
No, if I am honest, because let's say in COVID-19 period, who actually really solving the problem? The researcher, Oxford University in the lab, they are producing vaccine. That is the fact. Okay, so yes, maybe example, footballers, superstars, they are paying more money. But reality is that, like in a challenging moment, actually researcher give you the ultimately solution. Who produce the vaccine? Who will save all of the people? Actually, the researcher. So I will choose research.
By the way, that is true. In other words, the
So
thing
that
is,
means you will remain bored.
Yeah, even because I'm used to. I'm telling
because
you.
remember,
true,
he's
like,
hey, Ankit, just get this. He's a professional, boring person. So he's
Jared,
good doing research. Okay, I
Jared,
mean,
yes,
that's what they like to do.
But he's
Okay, I
making
mean,
a contribution
PhD
to
means
society.
professional, boring person.
yes.
Sheriff,
He's making a contribution to society. So boring can be a contribution as well.
No, yes.
It's a
Okay,
balancing act
we
between
have our apologist
entertainment and boring.
running around. That's fine.
No, this is actually true. Like yes, example. When I saw like I know that Mr. Dick also a professor, maybe any other person actually professor, but when I saw my students, they get something, they achieve something, and I'm very true. Even I'm from Bangladesh, so I know the different cultural and economical background students. Only because of hard working and getting good result and other things, they get a good life right now. Many of my students, even they are now big corporation managing directors. Even in, let's say, United Group, in Cambrian Education Groups, they are the big ones, and they are now managing director. Yes, they are from the different background, and many things happen. So this is the things when you change human life, it gives you some sort of satisfaction. I know many of my students, even they do not have table for study. I know culturally, I know many even subcontinent, many of my students, they do not have chair, they do not have table, they do not have laptop, anything. I do not want to say I'm a big man, but as a teacher or professional people, I try to help them. But after 3, 4, 5 years of hard working, when they achieve their jobs in a multinational company and they get successful, and after a long time, even I have my student even in USA, they call me, hello sir, how are you? So that time actually I feel, I'm very honest with you, I mentally I feel very honored and very happy. So that's why every people has different perception. I have this perception. Maybe I can help many students because I'm from a different background. I have to see, because maybe from USA, you cannot understand subcontinent people challenges, how they
No,
face.
we don't.
Maybe I don't
Oh,
know.
no, I
And
guarantee you we don't. We have no clue what goes over in Bangladesh. I mean, come on.
Actually, I
First
have
world
many
problem.
friends. Yes, India, Pakistan, everywhere. The culture.
Yeah.
Even
I mean, the thing is, we just know that Ankit has 1.3 billion Facebook followers, and that's about it. I mean,
You
other
US
than that,
explored only
Yes.
Vietnam, not Bangladesh.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the
So US
thing is,
knows a little bit
Bangladesh.
about Vietnam, but nothing more than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even example, when I first
Cambodia,
come to Malaysia, we have 14,000 students in Malaysia, Bangladeshi student. So I start what I told, the 12 years I working. So I start first, I introduce different kind of technology, like knowledge-based conference and many more things. Even they are from computer science background, but they do not have international interactions, how the multinational company works, how they can get more opportunity. Many Silicon Valley peoples also helping us. They attending the conference. We have a very good platform. So now I can see the changes of the human beings with only academic thing, because at the end of the day, people has to take their secured life. People have to find out the security with their knowledge and these things. I can remember when I was University of Cambridge, one of the Bangladeshi guys that time, he was a chief engineer. So anyway, I asked him that you are here. Has multiple talented. He is a very good photographer. He was a very good singer, and he is even a world-class scientist. And he actually chose this scientist and this way. I said, why don't? Because you are a very good singer, whole Europe know you. You are a very good photographer. Why you choose this path? He said, actually, it gives me more security, financial security. That is the truth. So truth is that I'm very honest with you. Yes, it's a very hardworking. My wife always she's threatening me. Oh, you cannot visit here, there. You are only busy with your work. Many more things. But I'm very honest with you. When she see that our student, because please try to understand, this student from very weak background, and they come and they change their life. They're very happy. I told you, like example, the one of our students, and he is trying to sell his technology in Silicon Valley from Malaysia. He's a Malaysian startup. So I help them. So this student, how he motivate and how he involved with these things, it's actually, I think Mr. Nick also can understand because he also involved with academia, but he's a multiple talented. I'm not a talented guy like you. Okay, that is the problem. So I'm super boring.
Well, my question is, Ben, do you think that Sharif would benefit from a podcast?
I think it should be called the Very Interesting and Not So Boring Podcast. You would benefit from a podcast, no doubt about it. And your target market would be fellow, people in your profession. Because what you just said now, you've just had me hooked. And you're right. It's not. Look, the talk of boring and stuff is wrong. It's not the most exciting of things until you need yourself. If that makes any sense. If I needed you, I'd have a massive interest in you. Because obviously you offer some high quality, high value skills. But until I need you, we'll listen to you on the podcast and take it in subliminally. But then all of a sudden you'll become big when what you're saying becomes relevant. It's like any podcast. Until we hear something that's relevant, we're not really interested.
So I've learned one thing today, and that is to strike the word boring from my vocabulary.
Really?
Well,
actually,
before that,
Sharif, there's your bridge to Silicon Valley. Jim lives
There
in
you
Valley.
go.
There you go. Okay, you have the Bangladesh bridge to Silicon Valley.
If you had a podcast, I would listen.
Even Malaysian with the Cyberjaya, there are many tech companies, startup, many. So I have a very good relationship with them. So basically, why we, like example, World Talent Economy Forum, why we bring more talented people there, and I want to invite you all because there are many young people. They never. I say the 200,000 students. They never understand from their academic background how the corporate world work. Like even example, how you are talking about stock markets, you are talking about investment, you are talking about multinational cultures, many more things. I'm sure many of my students, at least 60-70% of my students, they never think about it. So that's why, like example, World Talent Economy Forum, at least we can, like we free, everything free. We distribute our guest information and their thought with that. That's why we target always successful person professionally, because we need to, like example, yes, everybody like culture, everybody like different kind of music, many more things. But our objective that as much as the underprivileged people we want to reach and we want to help them. That is our objective.
Right. Yeah. And Sasha, I have a question since you're talking about the markets and stuff. What platform do you use to trade on? Where do you trade your stocks? I use TD Ameritrade. I'm just curious.
Many years ago, I used TD Ameritrade. As a matter of fact, I understand that now in the United States, you have commission-free trading. We don't have it in Canada.
Yeah, that's true.
I still have
by the way, listen to what he just said. U.S. commission-free trading, which means you can buy and sell stocks, and the stockbroker doesn't take anything.
A house doesn't get its cut.
House doesn't get its cut. You're right. Okay, go on.
Well, there are some hidden things that still
They're called
exist.
12B1 charges.
But you know what?
Don't
Yeah.
worry about those.
Sometimes the less you know, the better for you.
Right.
So if you
Yeah.
don't know all that stuff,
Right.
it's better for you. Don't even think about
Yeah.
it. Because you can't beat the house anyway. So
Yeah, you
know
can't
that.
the house is always going to get a cut. Don't
But
worry
it's,
about it.
it's still a good deal. Yeah. Okay. Well, you can get some cut if you will start swiping floors in their brokerage office. Maybe. Beyond that, I'm not just sure. Now, the thing is, I'm using Questrade.
Questrade?
So, yeah, Questrade. They should charge $4.95 per trade, but
Right.
I've negotiated $3.95.
Oh, really? Okay. Right. Yeah.
That's
See,
a
Sharif,
dollar.
one of the best ways to have people understand the market is to play the market. In other words, you don't have to have a lot of money to play
Yes.
it. But the
Yes.
thing is, it's like I was telling people on chess. Okay, you can read all the books you want, but unless you take your hard-earned money and you stick it in the slot machine, you don't really get a feel for it. Then you do. Okay, like you go and you buy that General Electric stock. What'd you buy it at anyway? Did you get that?
Actually, I'm not doing that bad with the General Electric store because I
No,
bought
but
it at-
I'm looking at it for a long haul because I'm looking at it to go way up. But
Well,
the thing is, here's the thing, Sharif. Okay, you got to get your students to go in there and put that money in that slot machine on TD Ameritrade. Then what happens? Then they go, I got to watch where this thing's going every day.
You couldn't be more right about that because I started to invest for my nieces, and I gave them a certain amount of money,
Right.
and I listened to what they had to say, and I invested it according to what they wanted. But it was my money; it wasn't their money. So
Right.
they lost interest.
They lose
And-
interest, right? It's got to be their money. They got
It's
skin in
their
the
money.
game.
Yeah,
Skin
so-
doesn't matter how much money. They just have to have some skin in the game, rather than buy that next iPhone 13 like I did, giving Apple more money. Put some money in that Apple stock. And I mean that's what they got to do. But and if one person can't do it, then they collectively got to get together and play the game. Because no matter how much you teach from the business standpoint, business school.
Yes.
And I do have an MBA for what it's worth. I was in the MBA program at the University of South Florida at age
MBS?
9. No, an MBA. I was in the MBA
I'm
program
kidding.
when I
I'm
was
just
19 years old because I got my BA very quickly by taking a lot of tests. So I didn't have to go to school. They were called CLEP tests and special CLEP tests.
I did those too. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So at 19, I had a bachelor's degree and I was going, okay, what do you do next? And I go get an MBA. Poof. Which was a useful degree. The problem is this: it's all theoretical. They took theoretics on economics, theoretical finance, theoretical accounting. No practical. You don't get the meat, baby. And so I thought, well, how could you improve that? Put some meat in the classroom. What's that? Go to TD Ameritrade. Go to TD Ameritrade. Put some hard-earned money in that market, and boy, you got some skin in the game. And you're right, Jim. You can't give them the money. They got to sweat for the cash and put it in the bloody market, and then
I
watch.
learned that the hard way.
That's the hard way. Then they'll learn. And I can tell you some good trades I made. With Apollo Group when it was bought out, and I was going like, "Woof!" I made a huge amount of money on a buyout, which takes place every now and then because some other company offers a lot more money than it's trading at, and then you buy in right as it's going through. And then I did the same trade with Walgreens Boots Alliance that tried to buy Rite Aid. So I piled up on Rite Aid. And then what happened is the FTC says no more. I don't know if you remember that. I remember that. I took a bath, baby. It was like whoosh. I was going, are you kidding me? The stock crashed, and it was a crash and burn. Unfortunately, it's my money and it's getting burned. Like I did. But see, the thing is, Sharif, they internalize it and they get that thing called experience. Okay, there's nothing like that real life experience, having your own money in the market and watching it go up and down, and then you're more serious about it. Then you start looking at the 10Ks, you start looking at the quarterlies, you start listening to the reports differently. You're playing the game, even if it's a small level. Then if you're saying, okay, the stock went up, the price earnings ratio is this, who gives a rat's rear? I mean, that's just so you can pass a bloody test. It makes a big difference. Price earnings ratios make a big difference if it's your stock, So I'm just saying that
So when you
academia.
talk about,
I
would
just
like
share with
how the stock market is going on in UK. Ben, do you invest in stocks in UK?
I invest in this stock. This is about the only stock I invest in. Whatever she wants, she seems to. You know what it's like with kids. No,
It's livestock.
yeah. Stock market. They keep talking about this V bounce, and if we're honest, it's not going to happen. Everything's dropped. Of course, it has, and I think it's going to shoot straight back up. But just the business and the industries aren't there. So stock market. So everything's struggling in the UK. Everything's dropping. Stocks and shares are steady. That's about the best of saying it. Which isn't. There's no buoyancy there. Obviously, the airlines are obviously dropping by the day, as they are probably in the States. And they're obviously a major factor. Oil, people are paying you to take oil, although the garages aren't. Notice the garages aren't. You still have to pay for your petrol and diesel. I've noticed that. They're certainly not paying the consumer. So the major stocks and shares really are dropping. Obviously, that's affecting the stock market. And people are worried about buying. At the moment, I think the best thing that people can do is just not to panic, just to keep calm. And all right, that means there's not a lot of stocks and shares moving around, but it's also not a lot being dumped. So there's a lot of different, there's major there. So it's like everywhere. I don't think everybody waits for the markets to open in different places, see if there's going to be any bounce. But it always talks about the news at the moment. You can tell how bad it is because people aren't talking about it.
But the question is, to me, where do you put your money? And bonds are paying nothing. And you cannot get a rate of return that you're used to. And so, why should I sell my stocks? I don't understand the motivation because I have nowhere to put that money.
That's the reason the market's high, artificially high, is because what you just said. You can't go into fixed instruments right now. CDs are paying like less than 1%. Fixed instruments are way down there. The bonds are the same way. And so the thing is, here's your choice: real estate, which has its own peculiarities, a lot of work, or the stock market. And so people are just staying in the stock market. And frankly, I think they're just going to ride it out. Even if the market goes way down, they're just going to ride it out into next year, where the COVID-19 will no longer be an issue. So the market just hasn't really receded as fast and furious. The other thing they did here, and they did in a lot of countries, they dumped a lot of money into the economy. The Federal Reserve opened up its piggy bank and dropped in $3.5 trillion by buying bad debt, buying U.S. debt, and whatever else that we would publish and the banks would sell. So what you have is a lot of fresh cash in the economy, which makes keeps the market buoyant, at least for right now. So what can you say, Jim? I mean, there's some stocks you should bail out. Warren Buffett already did it. He ditched the airline industry.
Yeah, you can't be in that. Right.
You can't be in that because that's a long-term bad deal. Retail, same thing, big problem. Right. And so there's some industries. And I think this Monday, we had Ed Snyder, the professor of economics at Yale, former dean of University of Chicago, give a list of, if you guys want to see it, go to our Monday our Monday economic show. And he gave a list of sectors that you shouldn't be in. And I listened to him very carefully. He's right. In other words, the thing is, these sectors are just going to take a hit, and it's going to be a while before they come back.
A lot of them.
But if we're honest, we've not really seen the effect yet of COVID-19, of this crisis. That's the truth of it. Yes,
I agree.
We're seeing the bigger company. A lot of people are using the government support to lay people off, which is not there.
Right.
The real effect will be when the small businesses don't get paid and the large part of the market. I don't think we've seen the effect till perhaps September, October time, really, in the UK.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's an old adage in the market on any year: sell in May and walk away, and then come back in October. Okay, because by October, November, the markets will be cleared up. Now, Sasha doesn't take advantage of that old sage advice because he jumped into General Electric. But at the same time, that's what I'm doing. So I'm selling in May and I'm walking away. I'll come back in October.
Okay, General Electric is a very specific story. There is almost no downside. Even if there is, it's so limited that you can, for all intents and purposes, ignore it, specifically if you sell calls. Then this calls, I sold already second time, call $7 calls, so they already killed. They already killed
Okay.
any downside. That's it. Now,
Okay. He
and
protected his rear. Good
I
call.
protected it 100%. No,
Okay.
155%, I would say.
You probably
So
do
there's no-
naked. You do naked puts. I bet.
He's
Yeah.
he's playing a
No,
game that
no,
I'm not
naked
familiar
puts.
with.
Naked puts, you don't have upside unless the stock will go 50% down, but it's not going to
Yeah.
happen with General Electric at this point. So I covered completely all downside. So now the question is only how much and how quickly I'll make my money on General Electric. I'm not going to. Yeah. The
Okay.
thing is
It's a
that I'm
sure
not going to.
thing.
You see,
It's a
but
sure
it's-
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't pay.
Hey,
any
Jim.
meaningful
Jim is
dividend.
acquiring General Electric as we speak. He's on his little thing there. Time to buy General Electric. It's a pump and dump. See if it's
Yeah, you
worth
see, the thing is with General Electric, it doesn't pay any significant dividends. So there's no incentive for me to hold on to that. So I will squeeze as much covered calls as I can. I
Okay.
sold
That's using your head.
$7 calls. Next one I will sell $8 calls, and then I will let it exercise. So I will make about $45,000. Or the same that what Russian Grandmaster won in the
Yeah, I
tournament.
was saying same with the Russian
Yeah.
Grandmaster
Yeah,
wins.
I'd like to get my 45 grand from.
What's
General
your
Electric. Thank you very much.
what's your strike price? Your get out price on GE?
Well,
Yeah,
now
you gotta have one.
$7.
Gotta have one.
But no,
What's your get out price?
$8.
Really? You're going to get out at 8?
Yes.
Wow.
You bought that
See,
much?
I trade a lot like that, so I understand.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. Not before I will sell $8 calls and will collect maybe 40-50 cents premium on each call. And I have
Okay.
5,000 shares, so I will sell 50 calls. So that will create, certain cash. And then I will let it go. I will
Yeah.
not hold to it. There is no
Yeah.
dividends.
I mean that's an interesting strategy. When I bought Apple at 99 a share or 98, I was going, well, I'll get out at 120. Because you're making 20%. Well, it only took a couple months. And so I bailed. I said, look, I made 20% a couple months, not realizing I could have held all the way to 300 or 250 or some greater number. So I was thinking your bailout price would be something like 20 or 30 a share.
On General Electric. See, I'm
General
not going to be. I'm not going to be alive when it will happen in about 50 years from now. No.
Did you look at their 52-week high low? Look at their 5-year high low.
Yes, I did. They will never be there.
Really? What were they 5 years ago though? GE, weren't they like trading at 30 a share?
36 about.
Yeah.
$36 a share, but
Right.
they will never be there in our lifetime.
Oh, really? Ooh, we'll quote you on that one.
You know what I'm looking at now, Sasha? I'm looking at Disney for the same reason. What do you think of Disney?
Dog.
Disney, okay. Disney, it will go higher. It will go to probably $130 a share, and about that, it will hit the wall and will go all the way down to $90.
Yeah, it's going to get hammered. It's going to get hammered the next several months because COVID-19 really is hammering them in all their theme parks, their movies, the whole entertainment industry. So, yeah, you look at Disney, look at them in October and November when they get a bounce back. But right now, dog.
Oh, guess what? What happened if Trump will lose election? What will happen with all stocks, including Disney? They will go down to $15?
I don't know. The thing is, why would he have an effect on the election? What's your theory?
Well, my theory is that obviously stock market is supporting Trump as much as they can. Sure. They're all tied up to hardcore Republicans, and Republicans will lose the Senate and will not be in Senate for the next 35 years. So obviously the stocks will go down in November, right after election. The only problem, what will stop them to going down, it's a civil war. If it's a civil war, then stock will go higher because there will be a lot of the defensive stocks and so on. So stock will go much higher if it's a civil war.
Yeah. What we need to do is start a war somewhere so we can ignore all the problems with COVID-19.
You know, Nick, I want to tell you something interesting. I remember
say that.
I
What
started.
do you mean don't say that? That's what we do here.
I think
That's
Trump,
all
I
that we
think
do.
Trump is thinking that. I think absolutely right.
Wag the dog, baby. My
Absolutely,
ratings
I
are
agree.
down. Let's see, where's a
shudder to
hot
think.
spot in the world? Hot spot in the world I can start a war at, so that we can.
That's what we do.
That's what we do here. Maybe we do war better than anybody. So ultimately,
Nick,
that's what's gonna happen.
I want to tell you something really interesting. In about 1989, I cashed out of one of my investments on Vancouver Stock Exchange, did very well, and I wanted to start my own public company, but I didn't know about what. What is the best way to start a public company? The best way is to ask broker what his customers would buy. Logistics, food business, maybe high tech or whatever, what he feels like there is an appetite. And he told me that, you know what, it would be interesting to find a public company that would do some kind of business in Russia, because Soviet Union was about to collapse or so on, and so there must be some opportunities. So it doesn't matter even if you lose all the money that you will raise, but there will be an interest for sure, because no one knows is doing that. So we will make money on stock, and then the life will show whether you can make any money on that business. Okay, fine. So I asked him, so what's a segment of business in Russia do you think people will be receptive? He said, you know what, I think it's a food business, because people have to eat. And if you'll do some kind of food business, so I started to discuss with people that I know of who were in food business and so on. So eventually, at the end of the day, we raised money to build 2 food factories, frozen food factories in Moscow. And but there was a process when you have to present the idea, you have to talk to potential investors and dog and pony show, as you know. So on one of the shows, one investor asked me, okay, what's happened if you will build up the factories and they're fine, but there is a civil war? How are you going to make any money? I said, well, in a civil war, both sides have to eat. Otherwise, they will not be able to fight. So whenever they have a break, they will have a slice of pizza or something else and go back to fighting.
Okay, it's a stable industry. I have to admit, people still have to eat, so that's not going to go down. Hey, since you're doing research, Sharif, go look at Pluto TV.
Okay.
Research, because part of our game plan is to follow the script of a company called Pluto TV, and then we'll discuss it later on. Jim's looking at Pluto TV right now. Ooh, doo-doo-doo. Okay, well, and look, I didn't fall out of a garbage truck. Hello, Pluto TV. Go read the Wikipedia page and look at the timeline on it, and you'll see what happened with Pluto TV. See, IBM TV is following a script. It's Pluto.
Interesting. Is it your brand?
Pardon?
No, like you are.
Pluto TV is not my brand. Pluto TV.
Okay.
You go to it's a Wikipedia page. It's actually a company. Okay. I'll brief you on it for those who haven't read about Pluto TV. Pluto TV was started about 6 or 7 years ago by a group of people in Los Angeles. What they did is they acquired a group of talented people and did a Series A funding, $13 million, which hits what Alexander Starr's saying about $10 million. Then they did another funding at $60 million, and people never heard about Pluto TV. In 6 years, they sold it for $342 million. Okay.
Oh my God.
I thought you would like that. Okay, so wake up, guys. All right, now realize in media, the fastest growing stock on the New York Stock Exchange the last 10 years was Netflix. Go look at it last 10 years, 4,000% rate of return. So, when you're looking at media and you're looking at scripts, IBM TV's script is Pluto TV, for what it's worth, for the people in Malaysia.
Okay.
Now,
I don't.
What?
In Malaysia, you find many Chinese investors from Malaysia, from Singapore, even actually from Muslim world.
Sure.
Muslim world, there are a lot of investors actually. Even example, next Sunday, one of the guy he come and join with us. He's a Kuala Lumpur International Chamber of Commerce president. So Muslim community has good influence in Malaysia.
Mhm.
So yes, naturally they do a lot of things. I think if you can make a
Yeah.
good bridging in between Asia Pacific and USA, definitely there are many people they love to
Yeah,
do
I
this
mean,
kind of thing.
yeah, I think Malaysia, the U.S. Malaysia, I mean, Malaysia is just not
Mhm.
very well known over here. And
Mhm.
one thing that IBM TV can do is create that bridge between
Yes,
Malaysia and the U.S. because
yes,
the media today, you have that instant bridge, where years
yeah,
ago
yes.
there wasn't a bridge. And traditional media, forget it. I mean, the thing is, I've been up and down that rabbit hole. They're never going to building a bridge. No, they want to burn the bridge so people watch their television show. I'm serious.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. You know, build a bridge. That's not exciting. Let's go burn the bridge. I can tell you right now in the U.S., which I'm not even watching television, all they're discussing is riots, burned houses, whatever leads here, and that's it. They will not discuss, hey, let's build a bridge between the U.S. and Malaysia, because
Yeah,
that's not
true.
exciting. That's
No,
not
no,
exciting.
true.
Okay, let's
Yes.
burn the bridge between here and
Mhm.
Malaysia. Well, that's exciting. We can put that on TV, you know.
Yes.
And that's the problem with traditional media. Now we have a bridge over with our sponsor, Lynn Shepard, and the dollar store. You know, speaking about bridge, and we're going to try to build dollar stores around the world eventually. You know, because the thing is, it makes economic sense for people to shop, especially online. But having hardcore facilities also do make sense and drive the prices down. I'm learning a lot about dollar store. I didn't know that much about it. So what's going on with the dollar store, Mr. Lynn?
What a segue. That was interesting. So first of all, to make it easier for everybody, we actually changed the name of the dollar store to just simply family.dollarstore.com. I believe Ankit has been in the process of changing the link so that you can go right to it. The problem is that the name Shepard, which is what we had originally, is spelled so many different ways. People make mistakes, spell it with one P, with a PH. And really, it's much more about family anyway, because as you know, we become family with IBM TV and with all the folks who come on. We really are here to do several things to help promote and stand behind the mission of Money Masters PBS, which owns IBM TV, so that we can help people in your mission to be able to create narrow the gap between financial poverty and financial sustainability. We love that role. We're giving half of our profit. So family.dollarstore.com is really about the family of trying to help people with financial fitness and financial education. The other thing is how do we do that? Well, not only by donating part of our profit, half of our profit to Money Masters PBS, but the other way is to allow people to buy products a lot cheaper than they could get them elsewhere, and to be able to do it while they're staying home, so that the products can be delivered to their door. Shipping is free for purchases under $25. There are lots of products on the website that are significantly cheaper than you can buy them on Amazon or in the big box stores. A good example, and Kimberly's not here today, but some of the things that get the lines out of women's faces. I should say women, because men don't care particularly about whether we have lines in our faces or not, but women do. And there's a product that's on our site, identical to one on Amazon. On Amazon, it costs $67, $4 for shipping. We sell it for $4.99. And if you buy $25 worth of products, not only is it shipped to you for free, but you can take advantage of the rewards program because you get $5 immediately just for signing up to become a customer. So why not? And so save money. Don't have to go out to get to be exposed to the coronavirus. Get products cheaper and support Money Masters PBS. So it really is a win-win-win in all respects.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's interesting that they actually give you $5 to sign up, because I just signed up for BJ's, which is like a Costco. I had to
Right.
pay $55
Exactly.
to join the discount store. See, the thing is with the dollar store, for those who are listening, they don't charge you to sign up for the dollar store. It's free. Matter of fact, they'll give you money to sign up, which is just really weird. So I signed up for the dollar store online. I bought stuff from the dollar store online because, hey, it doesn't cost you anything to sign up on the dollar store, and they deliver it right to my house. So it does work. I'm just letting you know. It works in the United States. It doesn't work in India yet. We're working on that. Doesn't work in Malaysia yet. We're working on that. And it doesn't work on Canada yet. No,
Well, it can work on
Yeah.
Canada, but as Sasha knows, it's a little bit more expensive to get there. And then there's something called Border Patrol. And I know about Border Patrol because my daughter lives not far from Sasha in Toronto. And we try and send stuff there. They try and send stuff here. And it just takes, well, they're only there for 3 years, might not get there until they've left. So there you go. Anyway.
Yeah. But for the Americans that are listening, just go ahead and hit the green button on IBM TV, sign up for the dollar store. They're one of our sponsors. We do plan on developing a long-term relationship with them.
Absolutely.
Because we do believe that one problem that they also have, Sharif, since you're into the business economics, is the millionaire next door. The millionaire next door clips coupons, saves,
Right.
very parsimonious. And people think millionaires spend money lavishly and they buy big houses and buy big cars. Whereas a friend of mine in Pakistan, Kamal Mashur, said, all the Pakistanis want to do is impress people. I said, that's the wrong way to become a millionaire. Okay? In other words, you don't want to impress people. Here's how you want to impress people. Your bank account. Okay, you want to sit there and say, here's my bank account. It's huge. And that is impressive. All this other stuff, garbage. But seriously, there's that whole theory that, hey, we're here to impress people, so that they buy and I did all that. You buy the expensive cars. I used to have $100,000 worth of cars because I was living in the best, all that stuff. Let me tell you something. That doesn't work. If you want to really do well, you want to have a big bank account. One way to do it is you do have to clip the coupons, save the money, join the dollar store online, and and head that direction, and read the book The Millionaire Next Door. It's a fascinating read by Dr. Tom Stanley. He's dead now, but he wrote a great book about Millionaire Next Door, The Millionaire Mind, and how they're very careful with every dollar that they spend, even though their bank accounts are huge. It's kind of cute.
And support Money Masters PBS and the mission of financial fitness. So why not?
Literacy, right. And that's the reason we're discussing, like Sasha, about the TD Ameritrader. He uses Quest and executing trades. And to the extent we can help people get involved in the playing the game, then they understand the game. Everybody goes, well, I hate corporations. Well, if you hate the corporation, go buy the stock. What do you mean?
Let me ask you something.
Huh?
Nick, I'd like to ask you something.
Sure.
If someone will go out and will acquire shares of Gabelli Income and Dividend Fund,
Gabelli,
which is paying 7.25 annual dividend.
That's a good dividend.
7.25.
Yeah, too high.
Why would you hate corporations which is paying you 7.25 with almost no risk to hold?
That's kind of the Gabelli funds are paying 7.25 dividend right now.
Yes, they went up in price in the last week or two, but before they were paying 9.5%.
Okay. I'll tell you why.
They're paying 7.25.
I'll tell you why you wouldn't do it. Why you wouldn't do it? Because I traded in Nordic American tankers. Okay, because it was paying the dividend. This was several years ago, around 11%. Okay, that was pretty heavy dividend. I did a lot of research to find NAT. You know what happened? They went and they bought more tankers, and you know what they did with their dividend? Right in front of me, cut it. You know what happened?
Okay. I always accept the fact. I accept it. I always accept when I'm buying dividend stocks for my main portfolio. I always accept that anytime, at any point, the dividends can be cut. But if you were buying Altria Group, and Altria Group is paying now probably around 8% annual dividend. Yes,
got-
tell me, in next 25 years, is Altria Group ever going to cut its dividend?
I don't know, but I've seen a lot of dividend plays or sucker plays, my friend. Remember you said sucker born every moment? And I'm not going to tell you the big company that I know very acutely created a huge dividend so they could entice money in, and then once the money came in the door, they cut that dividend, because remember, they have the ability to cut the dividend. Now sure, if you can be like Coca-Cola, the reason why Berkshire Hathaway's in it for so long is they've maintained a consistent dividend for years. They tend to pay consistent dividends, but then the stock hasn't gone anywhere in the last
It's come down from $52 to about $44, and probably remain there for so long. But Altria Group was paying dividends for the last 45 years. They always raise dividends, and they have fantastic economists of increasing the prices for cigarettes that they're selling and decreasing costs.
Sure. Well, all I can say is I took it on the shorts on Nordic Atlantic tankers on a dividend play. And Sharif, this is where people get experience in the market. It doesn't mean anything if you stand in front of a class and say, oh, and you lost a lot of money because he bought dividends, the dividends cut. Okay, here's how you remember it. You have your money in the market, the dividend got cut, and you just had your rear handed to you. Then you remember it. Okay. You know, I remembered the Nordic Atlantic tankers because a friend of mine, of course, goes, hey, you got to look at this stock, because there's always some friend out there. And then you look at it, you analyze it, you buy it, and then they say, hey, we're buying another tanker, which seems to make sense because they're doing so well in the tanker business, which seems to be a very solid business. So you keep following it, but it requires a lot of capital. So what they do, like they slash the dividend. You know what happened to the stock? It went down like a toilet bowl. And so the thing is, hey, you know, there's nothing guaranteed out there. And the only thing that's guaranteed is you have enough winners. Like I said, the Apollo Group pulled me out real well on that buy. And BlackBerry, I did well because I held it long enough, because I don't, what do they call it? When it went down, see, like what Sasha does, he sells out. I just write it down, write it back up again. But the thing is, if somebody has the experience in doing it, then they understand it. And the only way they're going to get $1 is they got to save the dollar. So that's the reason you go to the dollar store, save your bloody dollar, put it in the market and play it. Yeah, Sasha. Ankit.
So a basic question: if all of you have $100,000, how much return you expect in a span of 1 year?
A span of 1 year, $100,000? That's a good question. Depends on how you invest it. If you invest in CDs or fixed instruments, you're going to make $1,000. That's it. Because fixed returns are horrible. Okay, if you put it in the market, then you're going to make or lose, and you don't know. In other words, the thing is, the expectation within a year, who knows right now, especially during these times, it's really, really tough. Now, what our friend Warren Buffett said, if you want to invest in the market, take a percentage of it, put it in the S&P 500 fund, and forget about individual trades, and you'll probably outperform 90% of the money managers. It's right. Okay. Yeah. So why is it that Sasha and I like to do individual trades? Because it's fun. That's all.
First of all, it's fun. Second of all, I'm in charge of all my trading, and I'm expecting at least 20% return annual, simply because of I'm buying sound stocks, either for dividends or selling options. As a rule, it's a covered calls. So by combining buying on margin, selling covered calls, and dividends, if there are any, and most of my holdings do pay dividends, at least 7-8%. So I'm expecting overall 20% return on my investment.
He is so optimistic. 20% return.
No.
Okay. But the thing is,
more often than not, I'm making more than 20%.
Yeah. But see, also, okay. Also, here's another thing that he's doing. Okay, as an individual investor, he's spending his time looking at the market. Right. Okay. See, you don't factor your time in to looking at the market. See,
my time is very expensive.
See, that's my problem. My time is very expensive. To the extent I spend time in the market means I'm not spending time in my other businesses, which I can make a lot of money. So I'm going like, wait a minute, I can spend time in the market, but I better have a great rate of return on the time that you spend in the market. And real estate investors do the same thing. They go, well, I made X amount of dollars on this real estate deal. I said, well, how much time did you spend? Oh, I spent all my time all year. Well, you could have got a job at McDonald's and made that. Seriously.
Yeah.
So the thing is, you have to
Agreed.
factor the time that you're spending into it, because time is an expense. And a lot of people, they don't do that. They don't
But
factor
you know,
time.
in my strategy, what I'm doing, basically, I'm working 1 day a week. It's a Friday.
Yeah,
Then
right. You also enjoy it.
operational options, and I'm just, you know, I'm not even doing a lot of trading. I'm just doing balancing. You know, some options expired, so I'm selling new options. Some options haven't expired, but I have a good opportunity to roll them over into next month, for example, for some additional premium. So it's basically it's once a week. A more or less busy day. You know, I can be busy in the morning from 9:30 to probably 10:30, and then maybe from 3:30 to 4. That's about
Right.
it. There's nothing much going during the day, and from Monday to Thursday, well, I can watch NBC sometimes, see what's happening.
Okay.
But I'm
Okay.
not.
So since we tend to enjoy this conversation, here's what I'm going to do. And Kit, I'll start putting the feelers out for Monday. You know that I have about 1,200 financial advisors that report to and work with our company right now. 1,200. I mean, that's what. Now, actually, we have close to 2,000.
That's a big number.
There's a group of 600 that are about to leave us. Okay, in other words, I'll know more next month. So right now we're around 2,000, but they come in groups. What I'm going to do is start inviting them on. Now they have problems talking. Like Sasha can talk freely. Because Sasha, are you licensed through FINRA?
Absolutely not.
Are you licensed
Never
through
will
the
be
Exchange
one.
Commission? Are you SEC licensed? Series 6, 63, 7, any license? Say no. No, so he can talk freely. The problem with these people I'm going to invite, they're going to have a problem talking freely because some of them are securities licensed, believe it or not. See, Sasha and I can talk freely. I dropped my securities license back in 1997, so I can talk freely about stocks because somebody goes, well, you talked about General Electric, then I'm going to come to you and buy some. No, you're not, because I can't sell you General Electric worth of beans. Okay, I can't do anything for you or against you. I can talk freely about it. I'm not FINRA licensed.
Yeah.
You're FINRA licensed. You're regulated as to what you can talk about when it comes to individual securities. I'll invite them to extend those talk freely. I don't know. But I was thinking about doing that, is bring up Economics Monday with the financial advisors that actually work in the industry and get their take on it. But
you know what's a problem with the financial advisors? Not only they're not allowed to talk, but they even don't know what to talk about.
Oh yeah. Okay. You know a guy, Jim left us, but anyway, there's a guy who lives down the street here who I played on the chess team with, of course. His name is Dennis Stearns. You can Google him. He owns Stearns Financial Group. All right. He manages $1.3 billion in assets. I'll see if I can get him on. And I have another friend, Kim Banta. She manages the Ciccarelli Financial Group in Naples. She manages $1.6 billion in assets. Now, in our pension group, we're like in the 400 to 500 million. So we're tiny, and we don't manage it. We send it all to insurance companies. But they actually manage the physical securities, and I'll see if I can get them on next week to discuss what's going on in the marketplace, build a bridge between here and Malaysia. They will have the Malaysia Fund. You know, they may even have one. I don't know. You know, there's so much capital that they manage. It's incredible. And you think it sounds like a lot of money, 1.3 billion, 1.6 billion. But some of the top money managers, they have, you know, they have 13 billion. Some of the big groups like LPL have $1 trillion under management. I mean, they're huge amount of capital that floats in the capital markets around here.
Well, you see the problem, you know, the problem is to manage such a huge investment fund. I'm talking about, say, billion and over for one person. It's next to impossible to manage because there are not enough instruments to justify this amount of investment. So then you have to put substantially higher investment into one position, and you cannot do that either. So then your risk-reward ratio is suffering. So I think for me personally, ideal investment to manage is up to $50 million. Over $50 million, I don't think I could do.
Yeah. Well, the thing I see, like in the pension investing we do, there's usually a contract with a floor of 0 to 1%. So that's what, if we have a bad year, that's what we make on our pension funds and
Right.
get. And then there's a cap, and I think the cap is around 4.5. So our expectancy is anywhere between, let's say, 1 and 4.5. That is it in a pension fund. 20% is like la la land. I mean, you have to really work it to get that, and we couldn't do it anyway because there's no. Yeah, you have to work it. If you're going to go above those numbers, you're going to have to put some sweat equity into it because it's almost impossible to get to those numbers unless you work it. See, and you're going to have to take some risk. So Sasha took risk on his General Electric trade. I would agree with him. If you want to know, would I concur with that? Yes, because that's on my buy list. And he also he shielded his downside by putting a call on it or a put on it. So he's going to so he basically sheltered his downside, and he's not looking for a super return. He was looking at like 8, and I thought 8. He might manage that in the next couple months because there are a lot of money.
Next 2 weeks it will be 8, and all I'm praying is to see my $7 calls are expiring on 2nd of July. So what I have to do before 2nd of July, I have to roll them over into longer $8 calls at premium. I'm not going to pay for it. I'll collect premium on that, but then I have to go around October, and I want to be done before October because of the election fact. Hi, Kim.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Boy, I had quite a journey today. Oh my gosh. I left early this morning, probably an hour earlier than I should have. Got there early and for my doctor's appointment. And things are different, right? Every time I go, it changes just a little bit. But while I was there, where I go is known as a pain clinic for treatment pain. And they have an armed guard there in Durham because we have drug dealers that come in and steal drugs from the clinic. So the armed guard, I've known him for years and everything. Everybody's wearing a mask now, right? I go in, you get a mask, you wash your hands, you check in, you get your band. And I'm sitting there waiting for my name. And they've changed the room. There's only a few chairs in there, right? And it's hard to hear them call your name because they're wearing masks. I thought I heard my name called, and I get up. And a lot of people don't know this. I'm allergic to bees. And they're leaving the front door open. I don't know why. I guess so people can come and go easier without opening the door. So I get up, and I'm having to pass the guard, and a bee attacks me.
Oh, boy.
And I'm running around. And the officer, is trying to help me because he knows I'm allergic to bees. He's known me for years, right? And he's chasing the bee. He's armed. Right? My biggest fear is, oh God, he's going to take his gun out.
Not that big.
And he said, "Just calm down, Miss Calvin. I got it." And he's getting trying to get the bee out the door, right, without killing the bee, and it's quite the scene. Well, I missed my first nurse's call. I guess the nurse came out. I never went, and they went back and said I wasn't there, so they had to go tell her I was there. And 30 minutes later, I'm finally in. But and then a sad thing happened on the way home. This trip normally it takes a long time, but not this long. It's an hour to get there. But there was a huge accident where a tanker truck ran into those concrete walls in construction.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's very narrow. Nick probably knows this. Very narrow between Durham and Raleigh. There's a section that you can barely breathe. And actually going this morning, a tanker truck swerved coming head on to me, but I was fortunate enough to have no traffic and was able to move over. So it's that narrow. And going back, one of the tanker trucks went into the wall so hard that there's like half a truck left. And you know how big those trucks are, right? So I didn't know why I was sitting in traffic for so long. I knew something was wrong. But I sat and just, waited. And then
what road? What road?
So what is that going 70 to what is known as the branch off to 85?
Right,
so 70 to 85.
70, right.
Um,
Where they're doing all the construction.
They've been doing the construction for 20 years. Yeah.
Right. Right.
This is, but it was so sad because I always tell the commissioners, that road's too narrow. We need to either make it a 1 lane, because that's where tankers come through. All the tankers come through there. And, there's no need for it to be that narrow. They try to make 4 lanes out of something that should be 2. And, I can't breathe going through there usually. But I don't know if Nick, have you seen it? How bad it is?
I saw one tanker that shut down the whole. It just, don't ask me. It just like turned over, and this was a couple of days ago, and shut down the whole artery. But that's what happens here.
They're not smart about it. They could widen it, but they're not smart.
It is what it is. So, see, Sharif, we actually do some exciting things over here. It's not like Malaysia. Okay? Over here, okay, and it's not like your PhD program where you lead a boring life, and I understand that you're sheltered in some place. Okay, we have continuous things going on. We got diseases that kill a lot of people. Not like 100 people. We kill thousands, hundreds of thousands. Okay, it's pretty exciting. You can catch this disease and die. If you come over here and you didn't get a disease, you can jump into a riot. We have riots here all the time. And if you don't jump into a riot, then we just have people that just kind of like shoot each other, or somebody goes berserk and shoots lots of people. So here in the United States, we can bring you an interesting life. So when you have some time, you get in a plane, some you don't catch COVID-19 and die on the way over here. You get on a plane, you come over here, and you can absorb all the excitement of living in the great USA.
Well, okay, there is something even more exciting. I will have to leave you earlier. I will have to leave you earlier, but you know why? Because finally, first time in 3 months, I'm going to have a haircut. How am I going to have a haircut when all these places are still closed? So there is one, how to call him, a master, guru. He's the best haircutter in the whole city of Toronto. So, but he still can't do it legally, and he's very cautious because he's making a lot of money by cutting hair. So what to do? So my friend designed a special program where he comes to his house, and I'm coming there as well, and he's not going to cut hair. He will navigate for my friend to cut my hair, and I will cut his hair, and this guy will navigate and explain how to do it. Now go on the right side, just a little bit. Okay, you've done good. Now go on the left side, and this is how it's going to be done. You pay him $200 for navigating, and but at least I will get my
a $200 haircut, Nick.
Wow.
Only in Canada they would do that.
And I got mine cut last week for $25, and that included the tip.
Yeah.
And I had to do it by appointment, but Ankit cuts his own. He has to cut his own.
But didn't you buy the clippers on the dollar store? They have clippers on the dollar store, the electric clippers.
I don't trust myself, nor do nor do I trust my wife, because she always says, "Well, you have too much here. We got to get rid of that," and she starts bringing her scissors. So I'd rather go to the barber.
Well, and I haven't seen my hairdresser since mid-March. So, and my hair was, I don't know if you guys remember it, my hair was up to here, perfectly cut, colored and everything, perfectly colored. And, I've let it all grow out. So it's going to be quite a challenge for her when she sees me. Or him.
You can ask everyone, it looks good right now as well. You get bored right now.
Yeah, it does look good. I would leave it there.
Well, it's hard to maintain long hair for me. So, I've always liked that clean cut look at the shoulders. It's easy to maintain. But I'm okay with it. I'm not, when I heard that we had to lock down, I said, well, this is going to be interesting. So, and I let it dry natural. I don't style it. This is all let it go. Whereas before we styled and, you know, well, no one knows the routine because we've had to hire hair and makeup. So Nick knows.
Okay, have a great day, everybody.
Interesting
Bye.
world.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sasha.
Enjoy your
I'm
haircut.
going to be leaving very
Enjoy.
shortly also, and I'll be back in about an hour or less because I have a client who wants to talk to me about their pensions, of course.
And client is always right.
Client is all.
That's what I
Client is
said
always
yesterday.
right.
The client's always
Right.
right.
Yeah, got to take care of those people.
Customer
you
is
know.
Bye bye.
But I'll
Bye,
be back.
bye, guys.
Thank you.
Well, I
Thank
tell
you.
you what, I got on my soapbox yesterday, didn't I?
You can get back on it.
I
It's
got
your box.
on. I got on a soapbox yesterday about the client being great. I miss good quality customer service. I think I miss that more than anything. I miss that, you know, and it'd be nice to be able to pick up the phone and call when things weren't right, but you can't do that. I like the bots, but sometimes I just want to talk to somebody. You know, I've already been through a lot. I just want to get it done and over with. And are you going to be okay?
Yes, okay. Sorry, I have to leave. Thank you. It's a nice, good discussion.
Well,
Okay.
and I'm sorry I missed you. Wow, everybody
thank you.
leaves when I show up. Darn.
Thank you.
I'll see you
Bye,
next
Sharif.
week.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste. I did forget to take a shower this morning, but
Everybody noticed, I'm sure.
I didn't think anybody would notice.
So I want to talk to you about customers or clients. Okay. It was interesting. I had a business at one point that we unfortunately sold. That was a former partner of mine, which actually caused the breakup when he forced the sale of the business. And 2 owners later, we were still involved with the business. They were trying to take the company public. They wanted to do all these, put all these policies and procedures in place. And we had a therapy business where we treated injured workers in the workplace, okay, workers' comp stuff, and it was fantastic. Our outcomes were terrific. So we got Intel as a customer, okay, and we had a therapist lined up, and we had to have some equipment there for them the next day. So I tried to have our secretary order it, and I should call her administrative assistant since nobody likes to be called secretaries anymore. But anyway, she couldn't because they told her that she had to follow the ordering procedure. So she asked, and she said, "How long will it be until I get the equipment?" And they said, "Well, if you follow the ordering procedure, the purchasing procedure, it'll take 8 to 10 days." So I got in my car. I drove to the then owner of the business. It was right after 9/11, and I vividly remember this. I walked into the number 2 guy's office. I sat down and I said, "Joe, that's not his name. It's just a fake name." I looked at him and I said, "Joe, you think we should get down on our hands and knees and bow towards you 4 times a day and thank goodness that you exist? You've got it backwards. You need to understand that you should look at us. We should look at our field people. Our field people should look at all the therapists, and we should all thank God that we have customers, because if we don't have customers, we don't have a business." And I said, "We are losing customers," which we were, because of the policies and procedures that you have. And he looked at me and he never asked me whom we lost, okay? Which we actually lost Intel before we even had a chance to treat the worker. And he never asked me. And he just looked at me and he said, "You have to follow the policies and procedures." That business doesn't exist anymore.
And see that business model lost its way years ago. Even when we started outsourcing customer service in the telecom industry, and that was supposed to be one place that never happened. Right? People have to have their telephone.
Yeah.
That dissolved. I'll never forget. I did kind of the same thing. I had a General Electric refrigerator, and a year or 2 later, it just crapped out, right? Stopped working, and everything in there died, like rotted and everything in the day, and leaked all over my floor. And so I cleaned it up and called customer service. It was supposed to be under warranty, and they wanted to charge me $100 to come look at it and stuff like that. So I'm like, wow, okay, it's supposed to be under warranty. And then they wanted to charge me to fix it. And I go, what? And they go, yeah, this part isn't under warranty. Hi.
Hi. I'm here. Hi, guys. Thanks for having me back.
You're looking great.
Thank you. Oh, I'm at my home office. I can see my clothes behind me. Sorry.
That's okay, but you look great. You look awesome.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late. Unfortunately, as is the times right now, there is a protest happening right by my retail store. And so all the businesses are shutting down. So I had to go up and take precautions to kind of get my employees into safety. And
where are you located?
I'm outside of Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. So I'm in the suburbs. I'm in Gwinnett County. Hopefully it's peaceful, but we don't know. We hope they're all peaceful, right?
I know a lot of the protesters, and they're not the rioters. So I feel like the rioters are a hired hand throwing in, stirring up mess. But a lot of the protesters, they're just there to protest like anyone else. The rioters are a different breed. They do tend to stir some of the people up, and then it gets the police involved. So I'm making a deal with the protesters are sick and tired of it. And some of them have called me, and I go, well, I'll tell you what, let's join hands and do it peacefully and go sit in the business office building shotgun. And when rioters come in to loot, we shoot them, because castle doctrine protects us, especially in the South. So, but there's nothing wrong with shooting a person who comes in and tries to beat up your place and robs you. There's nothing wrong with that. Right. So, but I told them, make sure you're sitting in the building, you're sitting shotgun to protect your place. But these are protesters that want to know and I go, sit peacefully with the business owners, join hands. And say, we're here just to be peaceful. I mean, we can be peaceful and we can join hands. Most of them, that's all they want to do is just get their voice heard. They don't have money to go muscle their way through the political system. So they want their voices heard. And I don't know, I played a video the other day. I'm so proud of Tommy. He got up to speak, and I love his speech. It's not about black and white people. It is not. It is about doing what's right. And he's one of the biggest NFL players of all times. And he's out there trying to speak for peace. So, because that's one of the conversations we had in February. Why is it always about that? And then this happens. And I said, Tommy, we need a powerful voice out there bringing peace again, because this is getting out of hand. But we know that these riots are not the true protesters. So, and I've been told and informed that whoever it is delivering vats of bricks to the location for people.
I've heard that.
So, and we've got pictures of it. We've actually got reporters sending us pictures. But is that our buddy?
Yeah, so that's Zach, our correspondent from.
That's one of our reporters. That's one of our reporters.
Yeah. So I'll just play a quick cap that how protest is going on.
Hey, America, how you doing? This is Zach, aka number 9, repping IBM TV. Your word on the street, IBM TV today. We're down here in Raleigh, and I just want you guys to kind of see like what's going on, so you can check it out and understand and really get the feeling for yourself. You can see some of these signs. Imagine. Just imagine what it would be. You can actually see some of the buildings that are, boarded up. And you can see some people wrote some beautiful things. Where flowers bloom, so does hope. This store is open, but he's all boarded up. It looks like kind of like a war zone. We must accept finite disappointment, MLK, but never lose infinite hope. There's some buses going by. Everybody, there's some buses going by. There's some people going by. All the bus drivers are going by. A lot of people are doing their thing. But what happens is, people feel they're hurt. they got to understand we can't tear up. You know, I'm walking up the street a little bit more across the street. Again, that word on the street, IBM TV. It says over here, you'll never walk alone, which is kind of cool. You can see that image. You can see Raleigh together strong. BLM, you know,
Black Lives Matter.
Raleigh strong. You can see a lot of people, you know, just sitting chilling. Again, you know, word on the street, Zach, IBM TV. See the word on the street. We got a couple of brothers sitting here. You own this barbershop? Do you own this barbershop? You're in charge of it. Nice to meet you. I ain't gonna really touch you, but nice to meet you. It's all good. I'm sorry your place got torched. I'm doing something for IBM TV. You have anything you want to say? Nothing to say. It's disgusting, all right? You shouldn't have to go through it. I wasn't here. I was at the protest in Durham. We protested peacefully. Over here, you know, they went crazy. And I think the only way we can protest is the good people like us come out in the day and then let the thugs come out at night so the cops can get them. That's my theory.
That's right. Divide.
Divide
and conquer.
You can see things that are boarded up. This is actually the area of Raleigh, one of the areas that was looted, boarded up. The brothers across the street seem pretty angry, and I don't blame them. On the corner, right there, you can see stuff. Across the street, you can see where, you know, things are boarded up. A lot of people out taking pictures. And I was just letting you see this destruction. And it does affect people. It does have an effect. And this is really, 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 really hard to deal with because I'm always in this area in the summertime myself. So, you know, when I see this, it hurts me personally, but I actually feel pain for the world. Again, I'll be dropping you some stuff from time to time. This is your word on the street. Zach representing, AKA number 9, National Funk Army. Word on the street from IBM TV. All right, so follow us. We're around the world, and we getting bigger and bigger. The funny thing is, right over, and you look up, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's an American flag still standing.
There you go.
Wow.
Keep the pride. Keep the pride.
Take that for what it's worth. Interpret it how you want. Number 9, your word on the street for IBM TV. Signing off.
Thank you, Zach. Well, Lita, you know, I know that your time is precious, but I'm glad we got to share that moment because we're all afraid of it's not the protesters I'm afraid of. It's the intentions of the rioters. That's what Zach wants to get the message out there that, because he works with us. And he said, I want to get the message out there that this is not what we intended to have happen. So I hope you're safe. I know it gets rough in the South. So
yeah, I hope so. It's just coming out of COVID-19 and the shelter in place, and now this. It's just very surreal. You know, 2020 is just something that no one's ever seen before, and everyone's feeling that, and we can. It's unbelievable, you know, the state that we're in right now in the world, and who would have ever thought that we were going to experience a pandemic to the degree that we just did. And are still going through it. It's not over. Maybe it is for me because I'm one of the unlucky ones that had it. So at this point, it makes me lucky because now I go out into the world feeling like I have a suit of armor on a little bit. But I just tried to take my daughter to the dentist this morning, and that was a whole ordeal with the temperature and waiting and go sit in your car. And she was upset because she's never done that before. And so we're just, you know, we're experiencing all these different challenges. I tried to go to the bank and get coin. You can't get coin in a drive-through, which is the only way that they want to see you. You have to go in because the coin can't transfer through the, you know, through the tubes.
Right. Yeah.
And that was, I mean, just everything is so challenging.
It is.
You know, and then and now where I am, just outside of Atlanta, there's all the road construction signs and there's cops everywhere. And again, there is a peaceful protest supposed to be starting at 2:00, but we're all evacuating. And of course, I'm not going to sleep easy tonight. I mean, it's going to be a night of high anxiety, just worried about my store that I've put blood, sweat, and tears into. And again, it's not the protesting that, you know, I support that. I understand that. It's the rioters that could come attached to a peaceful protest, and this could get out of hand. That's puts the fear in there.
And you heard Zach a lot. They've decided to split, to change the protesting times so that it is during the daytime. And what they're trying to do is talk to the police of go at night, because we're not protesting at night. So go out at night, and these rioters, you stop them. Go for them. That's what the message is now. We're not going out protesting at night. Mm-hmm. Candle visuals, we'll set those aside. It's very hot during the day, but let's separate this. And you go after the rioters. So I'm proud that people are taking that kind of positive attitude. And I'm like you. I'm a little bit of afraid. We sit out in the country, and if it came out this way, sure, half the country is going to shoot these people coming down the street.
Yeah.
That's what I joke. Yeah, because somebody said, "Are you safe?" And I go, "Well, you're never safe, not in your own homes anymore. But if somebody comes this way, they're going to get shot." So
Kimberly, where are you? What state are you in?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
You're in Raleigh too? Okay.
Yeah, Nick in Raleigh as well. But I experienced the same thing this morning at my doctor's. I have treatments at Duke once a month. And I was there. My doctor was kind of devastated. I've known her for many, many years, and she's having to move her job to another place, and she's requested to take me as one of her patients. And I'll go with her because she does a good job treating me. But there was a death at her son's school from COVID. Even though they had shut the school down, and her son can't understand it. It's elementary. It was a little girl. And her brain swelled, which they have determined that if you have COVID, the disease, it can go in and disturb. There's two types of COVID, the virus and the disease now. And it does cause strokes in people from the age of 20 to 30. But children at certain ages, it can kill. And they're starting to learn more and more about this, and it's devastated her and the family. It just happened this week. And and her son, she said her son is devastated because it's not over. That's what she said. It's only going to get worse now. And here she was, a little 7-year-old girl, and beautiful, vibrant. The whole community knew her, and the whole community's mourning. I
can't imagine.
How do you move? And the whole family had it. Here's what's sad. The whole family had it, just like you, right? And they're like, okay, we'll get it. We'll get through it, and we'll get over it. And then we don't have to worry about it. And she never got better. And by the time they got her to the hospital, it was too late.
Sorry. There's a cat moving through here.
And they said it causes brain swelling. I don't know. I mean, I don't like to share all the bad news, but just so that people are aware, right, that it's still not better. We're breathing a relief that we think we think we understand it, but this is what she told me. We don't. We don't need to be walking out into this world as if we understand it. And this is North Carolina through the month, right, of how fast we've grown in cases. And I talked to a friend of mine whose daughter works at the hospital, and but this is about the young girl that just died. But they have a GoFundMe, so if anybody wants to send donations to help the family, it's a true story. The little girl is known in my doctor's community. She went to the same school as her son, Aria Soto Morales, and it's just very, very sad. But there's a lot of children that are going to be dying from this, is what she's told me. That this is well, and some of the researchers in North Carolina have learned that that children aren't going to be free from, like what we preached in the beginning, that this is just older people. They said that there's a huge portion of this that seems to be attacking the children now.
So, I wonder if it's mutated again.
It might have.
Into a virus that will attack children. And I know, my experience was in March 23rd, I was tested. And even that day, the doctor that I saw here in Atlanta was adamant. Your kids will be fine. That's what he kept saying. They're not going to be affected. They could be carriers, but they're not going to get sick. But even hearing, there were several different mutations of it. So I wonder, and I'm not a medical expert, obviously. I'm a retail owner and a podcaster, but just to ask someone, has it mutated into something that can really start affecting children?
And I feel like I've become a lot more educated since this. Again, I'm not a doctor either, but we've talked to so many doctors. I feel like I've learned and heard more about what's the reality of what's happening in the hospitals than what's been told to us. And like you said, there's more mutations. We're aware and have been informed of 4 strains now. 3 weeks ago it was 3 strains, and now it's up to 4. But I agree with you. Perhaps it mutated, and we don't know. And this is what I tell people: we don't know what we're dealing with.
Right.
But the chickenpox was the same way, right? We didn't know what we were dealing with when we were dealing with it, and it took a long time to understand it. We can't expect to herd immunity on this situation until we understand how to treat it better and what we're dealing with. And they've even had people get reinfected. I don't want to scare you, but it was because it was a second strain. It wasn't the first strain. So, but I'm glad you survived, and you were like one of our first survival stories. But let's talk about your podcast, your business. Let's talk about some happy stuff.
I know. COVID and riots and protests, and it's just stressful. Even if the intention is good. So to ask, what do you want to know? Ask me something about the podcast. Did she freeze?
Yeah, she froze down. Yeah, she'll join back. That's not a problem. Yeah, there's always the technical difficulties while we're doing a live show.
I know. I understand. Yeah. I had technical problems last time, so I got it better. I'm on the computer now, and I can hear well, so I understand.
Great.
Technical issues.
So how are the shows going for you? Podcasting Status Live with Letta?
It's going great. Let's see. 8 shows, 7 or 8 shows now. I have another show coming up next Wednesday. And I believe, I hope I say this number right. I believe I just hit 145,000 downloads. Wow. So in 8 shows. So it's going, the numbers are great. That's far exceeded what I would have expected.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So I told you I have Status Life with Lita. That's my show where we talk about interior design, faith, health, weight loss, and basically anything lifestyle, anything in the lifestyle category, I'm going to hit on that podcast. Good stories. I mean, the story that Kimberly was just telling about her friend, even though it had a tragic ending, that's a great story for my podcast. And to be able to share that GoFundMe page and really, help that family if I can, right? That's my platform. But I also host another show. I'm the host of Injury Insider with Derek Hayes, and he is a personal injury attorney. And so I ask the questions so people can write in anything that they want to know, legal questions about personal injury. And, I'm everyone's voice. So that show is going extremely well too. He's surpassing me a little bit, maybe 150. I was in the radio station yesterday. I heard my numbers, but he's always been about 5,000 ahead of me. Wow. So he might even be a show ahead of me. So I've got 2 going. So I tape every Wednesday, whether it's Status Life with Lita or Injury Insider with Derek Hayes. So I have 2 shows a month and he has 2 shows a month, and I'm on all of them. So it's going well.
I get it. And later we are also starting a show about homes, maybe affordable homes or pod homes or something like that. And we would love to have you on the show.
Oh, that would be fabulous. So I just did a whole series about teaching interior design styles.
Yeah,
So
I know that.
I took, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the most popular interior design styles and highlighted them. And I brought another interior designer on. And so that was a lot of fun. So yeah, I think if you have a home podcast, I think I would have a lot to offer. We can talk trends. I did another series on the difference between an interior decorator and an interior designer. And most people don't know, but there is a huge difference. So yeah, I mean, let me come on.
Share that real quick. Just share real quick to the viewers the real quick difference for those. Share that.
Okay, so an interior designer can be an interior decorator, but an interior decorator cannot be an interior designer. Those terms are usually used interchangeably, but in fact, they are two very different positions. The interior decorating is the finishes. That's who comes in at the end, right? They're going to handle your drapes. They're going to handle your furnishings, your accessories. Of course, an interior decorator can pick light fixtures and they can pick selections, but an interior designer, you really need to come in at the beginning of a project, whether it's new construction or a remodel. You need it, or even if it's, you think you're doing decorating, an interior designer can really space plan. They can show you how to move walls. They should know what's load bearing. They should know electrical information. They have not, we're not HVAC licensed and insured, but an interior designer is going to have a whole lot more information about the actual construction, not just the decorating. And again, many interior decorators like to call themselves designers because it's, it's a little step above, but an interior designer, you can be licensed. You have to have an education there. I have an interior design degree. So there is a whole lot more education, work experience that goes into becoming an interior designer. If you want to be an interior decorator, there's really no qualifications. There's nobody governing it. You can just be extremely talented and have a good eye and know how things really work well together. And that is perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with the term interior decorator as a career choice. Let me make that clear. Interior designers have to know how to do interior decorating. That's when you do a project, it is full circle. So you start, again, with the space planning, and there's a whole process, and you're going to get to the end, and you're not just going to walk away and bring in an interior designer. You're going to complete the entire project, the entire home. Maybe it's an entire hotel. I mean, hospitality design, medical design, whatever field of interior design you go in. But an interior decorator, they can't do anything commercial. So any commercial space, you really want to make sure that you're finding a licensed interior designer. So that's basically the overall. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. But that really hopefully explains that there are two very significant positions. And there are different degrees. When I went to the University of Georgia, you could get a degree. It was a family and consumer science, or you could get a true art degree. So there are different paths you can take, even in your education, based on what you want to do. So yeah, I mean, most people do not know that. They hear designer and they don't really know what it means. They think you just make things pretty, and we do, but there's a whole lot more that goes into it.
Well, it's a little more engineering to me when you go into the design part. And
architecture, yes, drafting. I mean, I have a full drafting certification, an architectural drafting certification as an interior designer. So I liked my favorite. This is me personally, but I love to take just a raw piece of land and watch the entire house be constructed. But I'm more residential. I've done some commercial. It's really not my forte. I'm out here in the suburbs of Atlanta. So I do mostly residential interior design, but I love construction. I'm doing a modern farmhouse right now, and it's just my favorite. I love that part of it. The decorating's great. We're starting to pick all the furnishings right now, and so it'll be beautiful when it's done. But yeah, so this family was I don't want to say smart enough, but knowledgeable enough to bring on an interior designer when the process was still in the blueprints, right? And have me review everything and what wall do you think should go where, and how will this beam look, and what's the lighting layout need to look like? So that's really important, because if you get to the end and that isn't right, then you're just fixing mistakes.
And, you know, you say that they were knowledgeable enough, but I know that there are good contractors out there that they give that advice. They will tell you in the beginning,
absolutely.
They will, and some of them will give you a list and say, you know, we won't pick them for you, but it might be wise. You know, we're good at what we do, but if you're building your own home, it might be wise to try. And we had them tell us that. And that was, you know, at first I didn't want to. I'm like, why do I need to hire somebody again? Because I didn't understand the difference, right? And it was probably one of the smartest decisions we made, because they showed us where it was wise to cut corners that you could fix later, as opposed to what not to cut corners in. I think that was the biggest investment part in having the designer come in and help us tackle those mindsets. I do have this interesting question for you, because I think that as much as it is an educated skill, I think it's still a lot of talent. You know, I can't just go in and go think these things. I can't, but or maybe I could if I sat down and did it enough. But have you ever just ran into that project that you're like, there's just no way I could do anything with this, like, or it was just more than what you wanted? Have you ever seen one of those?
I know. But the way that I think about that is, oh, they need me so bad. And honestly, that is, you walk in and go, okay, please just walk away and let me get my hands all over this. Yes, that is it, 100%.
I love your attitude.
Yes, no, let me in. I mean, that's the grit. I told you, I love taking anything. And there are plenty of people, and a lot of them are self-proclaimed, that they don't see color correctly. They don't know how to put things together. They don't understand scale. So I can walk in and look at a wall and realize all the pictures are way too small, you know, little tiny frames on a big wall. And I go, you know, let's either add 100 more or let me take this, you know. So again, those are the decorating tricks, you know, that you learn. But yes, I mean, it is, I didn't go into this business without the talent. I was drawn to it because I love color, and I love textures. I love textiles, and I love helping people. So this was really a win-win for me on the career choice.
Well, and you're fortunate enough, I don't know if you were born and raised there, but Georgia is one of the art capitals of the world. It really is. And you've got some of the best art schools in the world are there, CAD, which actually integrates with a lot of other art universities around the world. So you get a worldly, but being in Atlanta, you're the crossroads to a lot of, you know, and great artists in my mind. You know, you're right smack in the middle between some of the greatest artwork that ever happens. And I don't think people really realize that, or maybe people in the art industry do, but just people in general.
I agree with all the museums and culture and theater. There's so, I mean, you're right. I mean, Atlanta, it is amazingly cultured with the arts.
It always has been. And this is something I noticed before. My son's an artist, and he went to art school of visual arts. He had a choice to go to CAD. And actually CAD turned around when they found out SVA took him. CAD turned around and offered him a full ride.
Wow.
And that was the hardest choice of his life, because we made a solid choice on SVA, because we felt like for his type of art, it was better. And we had already invested in it. We'd already started making the payments on it. We started making payments on it. And he had attended the year before he graduated from high school, he attended a full semester there. And so it was a tough choice, because CAD was his other alternative, and he was a horseback rider, and they wanted him for his horseback riding skills. And
wow.
Georgia, come on. You know, Georgia's big on that equestrian, right? So,
yeah.
But tough choice. But I learned a lot about CAD because of that, right? And because we started investigating the schools both in great detail, and we finally made the decision. You know, this is weird. Normally, I'd take the most for your money kind of deal, and I feel like we still got the most for our money. CAD would have been free, but SVA offered him the curriculum that he needed, and so
Well, I had a many, not to get into my whole history, but I had many different majors before I landed on art and interior design, and it was the right choice. I mean, I took many different paths. I tried. I'm a dancer by trade. I've danced my entire life, which is extremely, heavy in the arts. But my mom was a dance major, and it didn't get her very far. You're either going to perform or you're going to teach. She did a little of both, and then she ended up going back to college. And I didn't want to do that. I wanted to come out. So I danced all through college, but in private studios, and then chose education, for my formal education. And then I went pre-law. I think I would have been a good lawyer, and it's very ironic that now I host a legal podcast. So in some ways, I still get to dabble in that. But and then I chose a veterinarian, and science just wasn't for me. I can't dissect things. I don't like blood. I'm very squeamish. So art was my choice, and it has suited me very well.
So Leta, that's interesting that you have multiple majors and finally have chosen whatever you are doing right now. So I have a few questions for you.
Sure.
What is your best project which you have done so far?
My best, I'm sorry, what?
What is the best work till now? I mean, you made a lot of homes, or you have interior a lot of homes. So what is the best project you have so far?
The best projects? So I spent 10 years of my career in Florida. And I worked for a custom home builder there. And so if you drive the Florida coastline, some of those big, beautiful oceanfront homes, they're just showcase homes. And so to be able to work on those was really an honor. I've done a lot around Atlanta and around the suburbs, but when I go back down there, I did some commercial work down there too. That was award winning. And those homes are just so majestic, right? They're just right on the ocean. And I'm very proud to have those as part of my portfolio.
Great. And what is the dream project which you want to do now? After so much of experience and time and all those things, what is the dream project?
Oh, hospitality. I'd like to go really do a big hotel. Something really big. I'd like to sink take a year or 2 years. And even if I'm on a team, even if it's not my entire project, but I would love to be a part of creating something that big.
Great. And have you done any tree houses?
No, but that's really cool. No, I've not done a tree house. No, I've never been asked to do one. This was really neat. I've done a loft. So I'll have to send you a picture of the space, but you have to envision this, right? I'm going to try to paint a picture. So it was in a home. They had vaulted ceilings, huge vaulted ceilings. And the closet stopped at about the 8-foot mark. So there was probably another 8 feet up to the top of the ceiling. So we built a treehouse loft on top of that closet with a staircase for a little boy in a boy's room. Wow. So I've done an interior treehouse, but the pictures are amazing. So it was just dead space. It was too expensive. It was too much drywall to take that closet another 8 feet up to the ceiling. So the homeowner called and said, let's do something really cool for my son. So it was this little boy had an inside treehouse in his bedroom.
Wonderful.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm always fascinated about tree houses, and I wonder when will I get my own tree house, but I'm always excited to have one. And you can do a lot of things, in tree house. There's a lot of nature and a lot of interesting work. And you know that you have limited space, but still by your expertise, we can fill those spaces.
That's exactly right. I will help you. When you're ready for your tree house, just send me a picture of the tree and I'll give you some sketches. Okay?
Done.
That's perfectly fine.
Tree houses are a fascination. Maybe the Swiss Family Robinson movies brought it out in all of us. But
now I got to walk through that house down at Disney in Florida. Yeah. They have the Swiss family. It's so neat. So I can see why, because it's really cool.
One of the coolest treehouse businesses I saw was in Charlotte area, North Carolina. A family that owns a winery did treehouse. It's called the Treehouse Winery. and
Okay.
they built tree houses so people can come spend the night in tree houses.
Oh, nice.
So yeah,
That's
and
cool.
I thought that
I'm gonna
was
write that
very, very
down
cool.
because I'm into tree houses and wine, so that seems like it would be something I need to go check out.
You know, if you're into wine, the vineyard country here in North Carolina grew tremendously because they turned all of the tobacco farms into vineyards.
Mm-hmm.
Well, majority of them anyway. And they're not all the muscadine wines. See, I'm not crazy about the North Carolina wines. But what happened is they started calling in a wine biochemist, right? And they started growing the Merlots, the Chardonnays, and they have now, hands down, some of the best wine I have ever tasted. I mean, just hands down. And here's what's funny. About 10 years ago, well, maybe a little bit earlier than that, my best friend and I, her son and my son were going to school together. And they were getting to that age, they didn't want us around anymore, right? So just what do we do now? So we decided to go, let's go visit some of the wineries in North Carolina, right? And we had this map and we were going to go visit all of them. And we could have back then, but somehow or another they exploded, and what was probably 50 turned into 200.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun though. It's a great
Yes,
atmosphere, even just to go and enjoy the day. I was fortunate enough to travel to Napa last year and get to enjoy some of the California wineries. Derek and I have been really touring Georgia. I don't know if I'm going to say this right. Georgia is maybe the #1 fastest growing area for wineries right now. And I asked the winemaker that we were chatting with at this specific winery that we went to, and I said, well, why is that? Is it because of our climate, or is it because of, it's all in the mountains, right? The North Georgia mountains, basically untouched. If you go to California and you drive through wine country, it's all spoken for. It's all wineries. It's beautiful and very majestic, but it's not like Georgia, where it's very mountainous and forest. And he said both, that the climate in Georgia really speaks to the soil and to producing wine. And that, again, I was kind of right in my thought process in that there is so much land available. So it's kind of neat. You know, I guess North Carolina is really jumping on that bandwagon too. So
yeah, wonderful. So later, I think she froze on again. There is some technical difficulties.
I know she's having trouble today. That's okay.
Yeah. So back to the questions. So we are very interested to do something on homes and things like that.
Yeah.
But a lot of our viewers would like to know that what should be the budget we spent on interior designers. Is there any budget including the stuff and things like that?
It really needs to be based on each project. Yeah. You know, if you're building an entire house, it depends on the size of the house. You need, you know, I had clients come to me and say, okay, this is the budget for the house and this is the budget we have for a designer. Can you work with that? And I said, absolutely. I can keep you within that budget. But their house is about 3,000 square feet. Now, another house that I worked on ended up being 10,000 square feet. And so that's got a much different budget, much more furnishings, much more selections, you know, and so and a lot of times I'll just do a remodel, and it's just depends on the project. That's all I can say. There's not one set price. Now, interior designers have a set based on how we have our pay scale. You can go with a set hourly rate, so you should know beforehand what your interior designer charges. So you can budget, okay, I want to use the interior designer for 10 hours or for 20 hours, or I don't care. I just need them throughout the whole project, and that's fine. Yeah. So yeah, there's not really a concrete answer, just to be aware of how much it's going to cost before you go into the project. You don't want to kind of run out of interior design budget before you get to the end, because that's when the interior designer has probably the most work. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand completely.
Yeah.
And also, in some cases, people do their houses and then they invite interior designers after a year or so, because they're always short of budgets. So
sure, that is fine too. I mean, it's not ideal. And at that point, if the house is already done, you're probably looking at more of an interior decorator, which again is fine, perfectly fine. At that point, you know, the house is built, paint's on the wall, unless there's something that needs to be changed. But yeah, an interior designer and interior decorator live in it. I mean, sometimes I'm that way. Even though I am a designer, I have to live in the space and get a feel for it before I really start making decisions about what I want to put where. So anyways, I hate to say goodbye, and I know Kimberly's not here, but I was telling you that we are having the protest that starts shortly in my area. And I have a very close friend. He is a police officer, and he is actually sitting in my driveway right now waiting for me. He's going to take me up to my store so we can finish buttoning it up. So we've got to get the computers and kind of the things that are really valuable. So he's gonna escort me up there. So I hate to cut short, but I really have to take care of this before I don't have him. So, but thank you for having me again. This is so fun. I really appreciate it.
You again and again. I mean, I know you are busy, but we keep on trying and getting you on board.
You'll get me. Absolutely. Sure. All right. Well, thanks again. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Tell Kimberly I said bye. Bye-bye.
So, bye-bye. So that was Leta joining us on discussing about the homes and interiors and decorations and things like that. And it was a great talk. And I think we would be soon starting our own home furnishing show on IBM TV. And in the meantime, I'm waiting for Kimberly. I'll play one of our correspondents' protest video, which he just did it in North Carolina. Zach Robertson. He always goes out and do all these kind of videos and share what's happening with the world and how the people are protesting peacefully. It's not about rioters and all. There are a lot of peaceful protesters also doing protests across the US, and that the mainstream media is not sharing. And I think it's our duty to share all those things, that protest is not about riots and things like that. There are a lot of people who wanted to utilize the current situation, and then they just wanted to unrest what's happening, and they are playing a lot of games from the backstand. And I think we should stop that, and we have to be united. That is the bottom line for us on IBM TV. So I'll just play a quick video before we do the next guest. Our next guest is also lined up soon, so I'm just waiting for her. So I'll just play this video.
This is number 9. Yes. Down here repping IBM TV. Your word on the street. We're going to look around at some of these buildings. I'm down here in downtown Raleigh right now. I had to come down and just check it out so I can get a real sense of what's going on. So what I'm going to do is basically show you, what's happening and kind of let you get a real good idea. You can see a lot of the buildings. There's still some people down here. You can look across the street. And if you look across the street, you can see a lot of the things that people wrote. Again, this is Zach, aka number 9, IBM TV, your word on the street today. I'm going to show you some of these signs. If I can get my Uber to stop.
And that was Zach for us, sharing the details that how things are going on in Raleigh. And I am just looking for another video from Zach. Just sometimes we have technical difficulties, and that's how we try to overcome the situations. Because he shared today's video with me, I'm unable to sign it up because of the bandwidth issues we have. Just give me quick minutes, and then I'll just probably play it as soon as I can. I got the video. I'm just trying to set up for you so that you have the voice and the video clear, audible, and it's a great message from Zach. I think I've got it. It's just a matter of time when I play. And and after later we have 2 more guests. Satira joining us from New York, and we have Nicole joining us from Jamaica. Satira is a book author, and she does a lot of things with content and books and author and things like that. She also do her own podcast. And Nicole is from Jamaica, and she does the nutrition podcast from Jamaica. And both of the beautiful girls joining us at any point of time. So we are just waiting for that. And in the meantime, I'm just playing that message from Zach. I'm having a technical difficulties right now. I'm just trying to look up the video so that I can play for my audience. And I just see what I can do. Because There's a lot of internet issues going around. I'm just trying to overcome the situation so that we have a more clear, visible video with audio, and people can watch out for. And I think there's one more interesting video we can play in the meantime by Mr. Obama, and he talks about what's happening in the world right now. I'll just see whether I can play that video. Just give me a minute or so. It's all sorted now, and I think I'm ready to play the video. Just a moment. I know you have been pretty irritated with the way the net is working right now, but that is what happens. So I'll just play the video.
Past several
Hi.
weeks,
Sorry, I missed Lita.
the kinds of
I just
epic
played this video in the meantime. I was looking for Zach's video.
changes and events in our country.
I finally did something on my phone. I had to upload my phone to get the hotspot to work. So let's see if this works. So
Okay.
It'll be 59 soon. And let me begin by acknowledging that although all of us have been feeling pain, uncertainty, disruption, some folks have been feeling it more than others. Most of all, the pain that's been experienced by the families of George and Brianna and Ahmad, Tony and Sean, and too many others to mention, those that we thought about during that moment of silence. And to those families who've been directly affected by tragedy, please know that Michelle and I and the nation grieve with you, hold you in our prayers. We're committed to the fight of creating a more just nation in memory of your sons and daughters. And we can't forget that even as we're confronting the particular acts of violence that led to those losses, our nation and the world is still in the midst of a global pandemic that's exposed the vulnerabilities of our healthcare system, but also the disparate treatment and, as a consequence, the disparate impact that exists in our healthcare system, the unequal investment, the biases that have led to a disproportionate number of infections and loss of life in communities of color. So in a lot of ways, what has happened over the last several weeks is challenges, structural problems here in the United States have been thrown into high relief. They're the outcomes not just of the immediate moments in time, but they're the result of a long history of slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, institutionalized racism that too often have been the plague, this original sin of our society. And in some ways, as tragic as these past few weeks have been, as difficult and scary and uncertain as they've been, they've also been an incredible opportunity for people to be awakened to some of these underlying trends. And they offer an opportunity for us to all work together to tackle them, to take them on, to change America and make it live up to its highest ideals. And part of what's made me so hopeful is the fact that so many young people have been galvanized and activated and motivated and mobilized. Because historically, so much of the progress that we've made in our society has been because of young people. Dr. King was a young man when he got involved. Cesar Chavez was a young man. Malcolm X was a young man. The leaders of the feminist movement were young people. Leaders of union movements were young people. The leaders of the environmental movement in this country and the movement to make sure that the LGBT community finally had a voice and was represented were young people. And so when sometimes I feel despair, I just see what's happening with young people all across the country and the talent and the voice and the sophistication that they're displaying. And it makes me feel optimistic. It makes me feel as if, this country is going to get better. Now, I want to speak directly to the young men and women of color in this country, who, as Cleon just so eloquently described, have witnessed too much violence and too much death. And too often, some of that violence has come from folks who were supposed to be serving and protecting you. I want you to know that you matter. I want you to know that your lives matter, that your dreams matter. And when I go home and I look at the faces of my daughters, Sasha and Malia, and I look at my nephews and nieces, I see limitless potential that deserves to flourish and thrive. You should be able to learn and make mistakes and live a life of joy without having to worry about what's going to happen when you walk to the store or go for a jog or are driving down the street or looking at some birds in a park. And so I hope that you also feel hopeful, even as you may feel angry, because you have the power to make things better, and you have helped to make the entire country feel as if this is something that's got to change. You've communicated a sense of urgency that is as powerful and as transformative as anything that I've seen in recent years. I want to acknowledge the folks in law enforcement that share the goals of reimagining policing, because there are folks out there who took the oath to serve your communities and your countries, have a tough job, and I know you're just as outraged about the tragedies in recent weeks as are many of the protesters. And so we're grateful for the vast majority of you who protect and serve. I've been heartened to see those in law enforcement who recognize, let me march along with these protesters. Let me stand side by side and recognize that I want to be part of the solution. And you've shown restraint and volunteered and engaged and listened, because you're a vital part of the conversation. And change is going to require everybody's participation. Now, when I was in office, as was mentioned, I created a task force on 21st century policing in the wake of the tragic killing of Michael Brown. That task force, which included law enforcement and community leaders and activists, was charged to develop a very specific set of recommendations to strengthen public trust and foster better working relationships between law enforcement and communities that they're supposed to protect, even as they're continuing to promote effective crime reduction. And that report showcased a range of solutions and strategies that were proven, that were based on data and research to improve community policing and collect better data and reporting and identify and do something about implicit bias and how police were trained and reforms to use the force that police deploy in ways that increase safety rather than precipitate tragedy. And that report demonstrated something that's critical for us today. Most of the reforms that are needed to prevent the type of violence and injustices that we've seen take place at the local level. The reform has to take place in more than 19,000 American municipalities, more than 18,000 local enforcement jurisdictions. And so as activists and everyday citizens raise their voices, we need to be clear about where change is going to happen and how we can bring about that change. It is mayors and county executives that appoint most police chiefs and negotiate collective bargaining agreements with police unions. And that determines police practices in local communities. It's district attorneys and state's attorneys that decide typically whether or not to investigate and ultimately charge those involved in police misconduct. And those are all elected positions. And in some places, they're police community review boards with the power to monitor police conduct. Those oftentimes may be elected as well. The bottom line is, I've been hearing a little bit of chatter in the internet about voting versus protest, politics and participation versus civil disobedience and direct action. This is not a either or. This is a both and. To bring about real change, we both have to highlight a problem and make people in power uncomfortable, but we also have to translate that into practical solutions and laws that can be implemented.
That was
we can monitor.
Mr. Obama discussing about what's happening around. And we have Nicole joining us from Jamaica. Hi, Nicole. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm
Hi.
good, thank you.
Hey.
Hi, Kimberly. How are you?
Welcome.
I'm good. Thank you.
You look great. How are things going where you are? We've got a mess here in our country. I'm so frustrated.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, it's a real going on here. Wow. It's a lot going on. Soldiers are being killed. Well, soldiers are killing citizens in Jamaica right now, as of yesterday, and it's really sad to know that this is really happening. And I'm really sorry for the relatives and friends of the person who has passed on.
What happened? And so okay, so we've been so tied up in our world. What's happened? Oh my gosh, we haven't heard about this.
Yeah, it's yesterday since I heard about the incident, and that the Prime Minister has planned to work with persons who work with housing and all of that to rebuild the house where the person died in, and to financially substantiate the family members for a year.
Well, I mean,
it's really real.
But why is it happening? What is the cause of this situation?
What happened? Yeah, what happened?
I'm not. I haven't heard of the full story, but
Is it because
it's I don't know.
Is it a reflection what's happening in US?
Can you repeat that? What you said?
So Nicole, is it the reflection of what's happening in US?
Well, not really, but where there are Jamaicans in the US experiencing this type of racism thing that's going on, and it's really sad because people are getting pulled over for something that's not really necessary, and it's really scary. Jamaicans are afraid of dying, and it's really real.
Wow. Again, things that happen in one place of the world, it's interesting to me, the ripple effect that it has and the impact it has on lives around the world, right? So I'm sorry to hear that, but it sounds like they're doing the right things in Jamaica, right? They're making it right. Wow.
Well, we're trying to do it. I guess the government officials are trying to do it right. Based on the number of people complaining, saying, this is supposed to be done quickly and so forth, but it takes a lot of time to get things sorted out based on what procedures it has to go through. So, the government is doing really well based on what's happening, and I hope they continue on that trend.
No, I agree with you.
Is it happening around the Caribbean, or is it just Jamaica?
It could be happening around the Caribbean. I'm not sure about the other Caribbean countries, but for Jamaica, it is happening.
Okay.
Okay. Wow.
That's I mean, I don't know what to say, but I don't know why it's happening around the world. We are having pandemic, and now we are having hatred and things like that. And Kim, I'll tell you, it's not someone's fault. It's all about the person who wanted these kind of unrest going on around the world.
No, I agree with you. I think a
Yeah.
lot of this is somebody who's planting people, hiring people to go do the unrest. And this is what I told someone the other day, because there's still, I believe in the peaceful protest. I really do, because, the people don't have money to go up and change the laws. They have to join together as one voice. They don't have the muscle and time and energy, but as one voice, sometimes when they get together and they speak, and sometimes they speak in anger, but when they speak and everything, that voice changes the way the politicians think, the way the law enforcement thinks. And you can make changes peacefully. And with the pen, I always say the pen is mightier than the sword, and it's definitely mightier than these violent acts. But most of the protesters, they're sending us videos. We're not, we're just quiet protesting. And in fact, they've changed. They're going to protest by day. And their thing to the police officers is go ahead and have at the looters at night and the rioters. We're not there. So we're going to protest by day, and you go get the rioters at night. And I think that's a good stand and way to take this. My thing to these people is why don't we join together, protesters and the people who want peace, and because we know the rioters are going to come in, we go into the buildings, because that's terrorism. I don't know how you feel, but it's terrorism. And I think we should go in together, join hands together, and sit in those buildings together, shotgun, and shoot anybody who comes in to riot it, because that's a terrorist. That's not a rioter, and a looter is a terrorist. They're not about the peaceful word of people to make change. But I could be wrong. Well, I'm sorry to hear Jamaica is suffering, but you seem to be doing great.
Nicole, are you there?
Yeah, yes, I'm staying inside. Even though staying inside, and rain is falling, things are cooling down where I am, but I'm doing okay. I just have to keep in mind that I have to keep positive at some point in time. You just have to keep optimistic to what is happening. We just have to be hopeful and be praying, that things will get better.
Yeah, absolutely. What are
And,
the other? Go ahead.
Nicole, how's the weather in Jamaica?
Could you repeat that?
How's the weather?
How's the weather?
Yeah.
Oh, the weather is good. It has been showering a little bit, but there's a little bit of sunshine here and there.
Okay. And are you guys back to work in Jamaica, or you're still following the lockdown and COVID cases coming up?
Are you guys doing this? The masks and
some Jamaicans are still doing the mask. Especially in restaurants and places where normally people would go to eat and sit down. There are no chairs for sitting down. They are taking those chairs up, and they're saying, we're not accommodating sitters. We're going to let you come, put on your mask, buy your food. When you get your food, you have to leave. So there's no time for entertainment and so forth. So that's what's happening right now. So it's all about the mask, especially in Burger King. Can't go without mask. So everybody's following protocol. Well, almost everyone is following protocol at this point when it comes on to wearing a mask. But some persons are really rebellious and disobedient at the time when there's a guy who went on and said that the prime minister should do something to his mother, and it really went viral. And he said he's not going inside. He's out there partying with his friends and showing who his friends are. And I know it's very disappointing to know that even though it sounds stupid, just follow something. It can be for your own safety. And I've been there where, I could say, this is something stupid, but why would someone say that? just follow something. It could mean to save your own life. Just follow the protocol, and everything would be good.
I would rather be safe than sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like my son finally made it back home from New York. He went to New York just when the shutdown happened, and he got locked into the shutdown. And he finally made it home 3 months later. And he rented a car. He had to drive all the way home. It was a long drive. It's 12 hours from New York to here, or close to it, 10 to 12 hours. He gets home and he puts a mask on, cleans himself, and he won't come near us until he knows he's tested negative. He's taken precautions. I didn't ask him to do this. I'm his mom, right? But he chose to take those precautions. He said, why take the risk? Why? Yeah. He said, you stayed inside this whole time. Why take the risk now? So I have to agree with that, as hard as it is as a mother to do that. He said, it's 10 days. I stay down for, out, and I get tested. And so why not be safe? What is wrong with people? I agree with you, Nicole. I agree with you. It's great.
Oh, good. So people think that
what kind of food
problem is. Repeat what you just said, Ankit.
Nicole, what kind of food Jamaicans are having during the lockdown or during the
food?
Oh my God! It's basically like
It's all about food.
It's all about food.
We have to eat food. We still pack up our refrigerated items, things in the freezer, but mostly it's basically like hurricane season, tin food, when electricity goes and all of that. So we have to really buy our food. There's a lot of restriction telling us that we're not supposed to buy chicken or something that goes into the freezer. Electricity charges can turn up and everything, but we still eat our food. There's no restriction for us. It's just that we have to be cautious of how much electricity that we use, how much water, and all of that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I put on COVID-19 from too much food. See, I put on some 19 pounds, right? COVID-19.
COVID-19. And Kim, I'm not sure whether you know or not, but Nicole is the food ambassador of Jamaica.
I didn't know that. So that's cool. The food ambassador. Wow.
And Nicole, you know that.
No food ambassador at all.
We are food cafe soon.
They should hire me.
And we are looking for ambassadors.
They should hire me to be a food ambassador.
Lol, you need to listen to me, so that once we have that show on, we are looking for food ambassadors. So we are looking for ambassador who can vouch for mango. So ambassador for mango, ambassador for apple, ambassador for grapes, ambassador for banana, ambassador for coconut. So we are looking for
we're food ambassadors. We're healthy food ambassadors. Healthy.
Yeah, because we have ambassadors for McDonald's, ambassadors for Starbucks, and ambassadors for Pizza, but we don't have a mango ambassador or a coconut ambassador. So we are looking for that. Would you be interested?
The government is working on that right now because the farmers are complaining that people are not, the crops are not producing much fruit. Well, not really much fruit, but there's just plenty of it. But it's because of the drought and everything that's going on, farmers are complaining that customers are not buying their food. So there's an initiative by the government to kind of take those from farmers and then place it into an organization where they would store those foods so that others can get access to them.
The biggest problem we have here in our country is our advertising is all about the bad food, right? You got McDonald's, they promote the bad food. They give kids toys for eating the bad food. And we our bad food in the grocery store, is cheaper, right? It's more cost effective for a parent to go in and buy chips and bad foods. I went into the store the other day because I'm trying to build my immunity. I'm going to go buy fresh fruits and things like that. A little box of blueberries is $5. $5 for a little box of blueberries that should be $2. Gladly paid $2 for it. And a batch of bananas, the bananas prices have gone raspberries, strawberries, all the berries that are really good for cleansing your body. They are all $5 for a teeny tiny box. I can go buy a bag of chips for $1. There is something wrong with it. The farmers should be very angry because the food goes bad in the fresh produce because nobody's buying it because they can't afford it. And I have to wonder, what is the price markup? Sir, I don't think that farmer sold the grocery store the fruits for $5, for $2 a box. I don't think the farmer made $2 a box on that. So I have to wonder, why are they doing that to us when they know we need to be building our immunity? That fruit and vegetables should almost be, I'm not going to say free because we need to pay the farmers, but it should be more cost effective. I should be able to go in and buy a bag of chips for a fraction of the cost that a bag of blueberries cost me. It's crazy. We need healthy food ambassadors. You can be one. I'm going to be one. I'm going to be a healthy food ambassador. I'm going to be a healthy food ambassador.
One more question for Nicole. So, Nicole, which fruit would you choose to be an ambassador?
Which food? What fruit?
Pardon me? Repeat that?
What's your favorite fruit? What fruit would you be an ambassador for?
Wow. It's oranges and pineapples. I would love to be ambassador of those fruits.
Good fruits. And
Nicole, one more question. If you buy 12
watermelons as well, watermelons. You know why? Because they have a lot of fruit content in that watermelon. Because it can last a certain amount of time, but I mean, you really feel satisfied when you eat that watermelon.
Yes, you do. Oh my gosh, it smells so good, right? When you split that watermelon open, it smells so good. It just, I'm gonna have to go get one. Pineapples. A lot of people don't know this, but pineapples prevent bruising.
Yeah.
Did you know that you're to eat a lot of pineapples before surgery, but it prevents bruising? Pineapples are good, healthy fruit too, and a lot of people don't know that. Okay, what fruit would you be an ambassador for?
I love bananas because it's an all-season fruit.
Bananas. It's a knowledgeable fruit or a happy fruit?
All season.
All season. How is it all season?
We have bananas available at in India.
Okay. You do?
Yeah, we do. But I generally like a fruit which is natural with juices and things like that. So I, in my early days when I was a kid, I used to have a lot of oranges, mangoes, watermelon, coconut water, and then coconut as well. And now I'm a little choosy and I don't get that much amount of time. But I usually have bananas, pineapples, apple a day keeps the doctor away. So a good apple and a lot of other fruits are available.
I love bananas. I do. I think bananas are great. I think that's a good one to be an ambassador for because they say that it's the most sold fruit in the world.
Yeah.
The most sold fruit. So because you can do so much with it. You can make banana nut bread with it. You can make a smoothie with it. You can replace fatty foods like the buttery stuff with a banana, right?
You can also do one thing. You can cut bananas and then roast it.
Oh yeah, you can roast them, you can bake them,
Yes, you can.
fry, you can make them into a
Yes.
pudding. You
Bake
can,
it.
And you know, Nicole messaged me that she wanted to invite us in Jamaica and serve healthy food.
there you go. We'll have to come to Jamaica and eat and have a feed out with you with great
But
food.
she said that we need to also
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
We'll have to go to Jamaica. That'll be on our tour stop. But I think that these are things that we need to be talking about and things that we need to be supporting and get our government to support. That's what we've decided to do on IBM TV. We're not going to wait. We're going to go ahead and get each of us to become an ambassador of fruits. And we're going to support and build that fruit. Maybe we'll have a competition who comes up with the best campaign.
But there is one more thing to it. I had a lot of fruits when I was in the US, and then I had I'm in India, and then I used to consume a lot of fruits here as well. There's a taste of change.
Oh yeah.
There's a flavor. If you have fruits in different countries, and that could be interesting because if I bring bananas from India, and you'll taste it with your American bananas, you have a different taste. So I think there's a lot of things to be discussed that people don't talk about it.
No, and you know what else is interesting is where the fruit is grown, even in the United States, tastes different. So you could grow watermelons in the more sandy areas, right? And they have a different flavor to them than the watermelons that are grown in the more water zones. Just totally different flavors. They're not. Sometimes you can take the same seed from the same fruit and plant it in two different sections, and they come out tasting two different ways.
Yeah.
So you're right, Ankit. I think environment, the amount of water, just various different things that, you know what else is pollination. The way bees pollinate, what they cross-pollinate with will give it a different flavor. So there's just, I don't think anybody has this conversation except maybe science channels, right? I don't know.
I don't think so. Yeah.
I don't think so. But I do know what we need to stand up for is we need to stand up to our governments in every country to make fruit more affordable than anything else. That needs to be our stand. I eat a lot of fruit. You see me bringing in bowls of fruit. Right?
Yeah.
So I am a firm believer in that, and the reason is, and especially like she said, oranges, because that's big, vitamin C. But they have known for many, many years people who get locked up into a place, if they don't get any vitamin C, they get scurvy, they get crickets, they get all kinds of medical problems. That is sad, right? And so something I did learn though. You know how we talked about quercetin, right? And I've been taking quercetin. The doctor did tell me to don't take too much quercetin because it can cause problems. So he said that you got to take a lesser amount than what's on the bottle. So I thought that was interesting because here I got all excited. I'm going to take quercetin and get my health back up and my energy back up. And he said to be careful with it. So for everything that's good for us, there's a balance, right, Ankit?
True.
Ankit, you're off. What?
I said we need to maintain the balance of the body, and that's how we don't have to consume only one fruit. We have to, we have to juggle around different fruits, and then only we can, have good taste of vitamins. Because it's not that you will just consume bananas and you don't eat any other fruit. So we need to see the fruit balance. That is also very important. What do you think?
No, I think so too. Yeah, I think what we need to do is get a forum started, and every day we talk about our favorite fruit, and we become ambassadors.
We have Nicole with us. She knows everything about fruit, and she's from Jamaica, and everything is perfectly cool there. And I think she would be a good ambassador.
I'm so jealous. You know,
and you know the show name would be Fruits with Nicole.
Oh, there you go. That works for me. A podcast. A podcast, Fruits with Nicole, and everybody can get on her podcast and talk about their fruit. Yeah. So we each become an ambassador.
Yes.
We each
Yes,
become
that
a
would be great.
pastor, and we have to come on and talk about our fruit, and we have to talk about how we promote it. And
Yeah.
the thing is we need to do this globally for our children, not just for us, but for our
Yeah.
children. And
And we'll start with jackfruit.
with what? The jackfruit?
Yeah.
Jackfruit. You have jackfruit as well, you know.
I think
Yes.
I think you can get a fruit of any kind anywhere in the world now, right? You can have fruit shipped anywhere.
Even fruit that we don't, even if it's a fruit that nobody doesn't know about.
Breadfruit.
So I found this
No,
weird.
breadfruit is a staple. It's not a fruit.
Okay.
It's a staple.
Right. So you.
It's a
Right.
staple.
It's a staple.
I like
So you
it.
bake.
Here. So this
Right. So you can roast.
I'm going to show this like this. Do you know what this is?
I can't see you.
I'm not seeing anything.
Can you see it?
Can't see you at all.
It looks like a dragon fruit.
Is that a dragon fruit?
Oh.
Looks
I
like
think
I'm not sure. It can look like a dragon fruit.
I think it's a dragon fruit, but it looked like COVID to me. I was like, there's no way I'm going to buy that and eat that. But yeah, they didn't have a name with it. There was no name with it. I can't load my photos for some reason, but one of the things that was curious to me was how let's see, I got a picture of you on here too. Where is the how expensive the blueberries are? That was really disturbing to me. So here we go, right? Well, they got them buy one get one free.
Blueberries are as expensive as the Blue Label.
Yeah, so there's the box of blueberries, a little teeny tiny box. I should have put my hand up there, but that's a small sign.
Your camera looks frozen to me.
Oh, my camera's frozen?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Oh, well. I can't upload my files. I'm having a bad day. I'm having a bad
So,
day.
you know,
That's all right.
right now, the best thing right now is to grow your own fruits.
Yeah, certainly. We were talking about this before, and Kim always talk about this, that we should grow our own food at the backyard and then consume it, and that way we can survive. Yeah, certainly.
I have a garden, but the deer ate it.
Oh.
We started it.
But you need to keep watering it.
Well, I water it, but the deer came in and ate it. So
oh no.
Yeah, the deer got this year. We'll plant another. We'll get another one.
There has to be some of fence in the garden.
Well, usually I don't mind sharing with the animals, right? I mean, we usually grow enough for everyone, but when you have a herd of deer come through, it's like locusts, right? You're just gonna have to start over, right? Because they do, when they come in as a herd, they will eat everything, and there was nothing left except a tomato or two. But we'll plant something else. We'll get it. We'll start over. But yeah, I believe in fresh garden. I'm like you. Grow your own food. Grow your own food.
Grow your own food.
So Nicole, a quick question: what kind of desserts you have made from a fruit?
Desserts.
Pardon me?
Desserts.
A dessert from a fruit?
Oh, dessert? Yes, man. Pudding. What you
Which
call
fruit do you use?
Pudding. More likely bread pudding. Bread. Basically those type of desserts that we do right now.
But what kind of fruit do you use on those puddings? Do you use apple or banana or mangoes or
what kind of food?
Fruits.
Yes, we can use bananas. Oh, fruits. We can use bananas in substitute of egg.
Okay. In India, we used to have a lot of desserts and sweets.
We can do that.
Which we use for fruits. I mean, there are a lot of fruit recipes, and we used to cook fruits. In excess amount, and that's what it is. I mean, all our sweets are made of fruits.
Oh.
So
Wow.
we have, we cook a lot of mangoes and apples and bananas and oranges and things like that.
I like making a fruit salad, right? Where you chop up the different fruits, bananas, apples, oranges, grapefruits, and then maybe mash up a little bit of banana to make it a dressing, right? To make it stick together, and chop up nuts, put some nuts in there and a little bit of lemon juice to keep it from turning brown. And it reminds me of a child being a kid again, because my mom would make it, right? My mom would make a fruit salad, and wow, that would just make my day. That and watermelon.
Have you tried grilled fruits?
I like grilled fruits, but I am I love just plain fruit. I like grilled fruits when they're cooked. I eat them. How do you grill yours? How do you grill them?
We grill them. We grill oranges, pineapples. That is the main food. I think I don't remember what else we can grill, but these are the main which we grill with vegetables. But you know that Nicole likes a lot of fried fruits as well.
Oh wow, frying foods! I know we do fry fruits here as well, and I love deep frying a banana is really good.
That becomes crunchy basically. That's how we do. What about you, Nicole?
I've never grilled pineapples or fried bananas before, so we just eat it raw.
Wow.
Pineapple is really good.
We eat it raw.
Try a grilled pineapple. You like it?
Just put it on the grill. Put it on a stick and roll it on the grill. It is really, really good because the sugars kind of sear in the pineapple. And if you mix it with a chicken, like grill it with the chicken, it's really, really good. But
if you add a fried chicken on top, that would be amazing.
Yeah, chicken and pineapple is one of my favorite dishes. Actually, I like chicken and pineapple. But you can do so many.
I'd love to try that one day.
It is. It's so. Try it. If you have pineapple tonight, try it. Grill it with your chicken.
What I do with pineapple is that I cut down the pineapples and then I put it in yogurt, and it's like a pineapple yogurt for us, and that's amazing.
That's really good too. I haven't tried that. A mango is another good thing that's grilled. If you can ever grill a mango, it's really good. It's hard to cut a mango. For me, it's very, very difficult. But
in India, we have more than 5,000, maybe more than that, varieties of mangoes.
5,000. Oh my God!
More than that.
I've only tried 2. So
many different mangoes.
5,000. Which one's your favorite, Kid? Have you tried them all?
Yeah, I not all, but I've tried, I think 25, 30 different varieties. I like with the rose flavor. So there's a mango with the rose flavor. So that is amazing. And then if you heard about Alfonsos that we export around the world, that is one of the famous and one of the richest or one of the popular varieties of mangoes. Alfonsos.
Wow, that's amazing. In
India, what we do, we usually have every day or maybe every alternative day, we have that mango shakes right after dinner. And that's it. Most of the people used to have that morning on the evening time. Mango shake. Mango
shakes are good. I like mango shakes. And I like any kind of fruit mixed up together, right? But mango shakes there's something about a mango. And again, I've only tried 2 varieties. And I would like to, maybe you can become the ambassador of mangoes, Kid. I've never heard about all of that. You just educated me.
I like yellow color. So definitely mangoes.
So something that people don't know about blueberries is that when you grow blueberries, you cannot grow blueberries of the same variety together. They won't grow. They will not bloom blueberries. So you have to have 2 different varieties to cross-pollinate in order for the blueberries to fruit. And a lot of people don't know that. So if you get a blueberry bush or 2, well, if you get 1, it won't really do that well. If you get 2, they must be 2 different varieties. And what they recommend is to have 3 of 2 different varieties. And so blueberries to cultivate, you would think they would just grow wild, right? But to cultivate them and they taste different. I mean, like mangoes, I guess.
Yeah.
I would never believe that each of them tastes so different, but I don't know how. I think there's like 100 different varieties of blueberries, and I stick with 3. There's 3 different varieties, but I love blueberries because I read somewhere that they make your eyes better, so like they improve your eyesight. So I've always loved blueberries. So.
I think Nicole is the expert, so she must be having the answers. Nicole?
No.
She's gonna say no on that one. No expert on blueberries.
No, we don't normally grow blueberries in Jamaica. Not that much, but in colder areas of Jamaica, there are blueberries that are being grown there.
They do better I'm not going to say cold. They don't do good in hot. They do not do very good.
Right.
So we grow figs here. Do you like figs?
I've never had a fig.
You've never had a fig? Oh my gosh! Oh,
never. They're in supermarkets. They're in supermarkets, but I've never had a fig. Never.
The ones you probably see are.
I would love to have one though.
So they're to pick them off the tree, and you cut them open, and they are pink inside. And that pink is so sweet and so amazing. And there's several varieties. My neighbor down the street has a different variety than I do. And his is more of a brown fig, but it's not dried, right? But it's more of a brownish color. And it's more sweeter than mine. Like it almost tastes too sweet, like syrup. But it's fruit. It is healthy fruit for you. This is not. So to me, take the sugar from a fig and cook it into something you want to make sweet, right? Because there's just so much sweetness in it that we sometimes will take and slice them and lightly batter them and fry them, right? They're very, very, very sweet.
So Kim, is it like pomegranate?
Is it what?
Is it like pomegranate?
No. Pomegranate is totally different, but it looks like they're about this big, right? I guess pomegranate is a little bit bigger, right? And it's red with the.
Oh, we have all pomegranate as well. We have this much also. I mean.
Okay, you got the small ones, but no. This is just what I like about a fig is that it's all meat on the inside, right? It's all heavy fruit. It's very, very heavy fruit. So. Once the skin is very thin but easy to peel, right?
Okay.
And the fruit is and if you are okay with the skin's a little fuzzy, you can eat it too, right? So like you can just slice it and eat 10 slices. But it's so sweet. You can make sugar out of it.
Wow.
Yeah, our fig tree died. It was about 100 years old, and it died 3 years ago. I thought it was completely dead, and we went and just we didn't pull it out of the ground, but we cut it down to the ground. But new growth is coming up 3 years later. So I'm real happy that maybe next year, because they're still kind of small, but maybe next year, because our fig tree was big. It was huge. Like we couldn't get to the top of the tree to get the figs out. Oh. And we had a joke because fig trees don't normally get this tall. And we had a joke about it because the deer would come in and they would eat the figs on the low-hanging fruit, right? Okay. So the deer would come in and eat the low-hanging fruit. The birds came in and ate the top, and we got the middle. So we were sharing with nature, right? But we could only get the middle fruit, but we had a lot. We would get baskets full because it would just bloom from June to September. We would have figs. So healthy. Maybe I'll become a fig ambassador. Not many people know about it.
Yeah. That's wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but listen to all the fruit talk we've had today, right? I mean, and why don't they sell this at McDonald's instead of French fries and burgers to
It's
kids?
not McDonald's. Kim, it's not about McDonald's. It's about Fruit Donald's.
It's about food Donald's.
Yeah, a Fruit Donald or maybe a health coffee. By McDonald's.
How about something else? We'll call it not Donald's.
You know, I think to me, I think the problem is that why there are not much fruits in fast food restaurant is because they think it's not going to sell.
You're probably right. You're probably right. Well, and also fruits and vegetables tend to go bad fast, right?
They're not going to sell.
The
thing is,
go ahead.
The thing is, it's all about cravings. We're craving for fat. We're craving for salt. We're craving for sugar. So it's a problem with cravings more than just what is good, what's healthy for our bodies. It's all about cravings. So if we can't control our appetite, then we can't really
well, and that's
do what's best for us.
We're trying to do that. Mentally, we think a French fry will curb your craving, right? Because it's advertised. We see this beautiful person walk up and order a Big Mac, French fries. We see a football player go in and order these things, and we think, yeah, that's what I want. And or drinking a Coke, right? And we think, wow, I need that. There's, I did this test. I don't know if you remember this, but when we used to have the board meetings on GoToMeeting, I would play in one corner a silent video of a Coke being poured.
Oh.
Right? You remember that? And before the meeting was over, everyone goes, I got to go get something to drink. I don't know if you remember this. But everyone goes, all right, I got to go get something to drink. But there was no word said. We didn't mention it, right? What I was doing was testing the power of silent advertising. And so then next week I did a McDonald's. I don't know if you remember this. I played a McDonald's video over and over and over. It was just quiet, no words, right?
Yeah.
And it was just in one corner, one of the box corners, right? And before it was over, everybody said, I got to go get something to eat. So it's the power of suggestion.
Certainly. And Kim, while talking about fruits and all those things, it feels like I am craving about my dinner.
You're craving dinner. And you know what? It's dinner time, and we have an interview at 15.
Yeah.
At 2:15. And I enjoyed my talk with Nicole. But can we get our ambassador up? And
Nicole, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you soon. And I'll just play the ambassador.
हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Oh my gosh.
It's time to wrap up. It was a great show on podcast.
Paveda, hi.
And Nicole is our fruit wine ambassador. I think will represent oranges. And let's
get the
wait for
airplane.
Nicole.
We'll fly to Japan.